If I could tell you one thing about negotiating, something that would make you 10 times more powerful negotiator, it would be this. Be prepared to walk away from negotiations. If we pass the point in the negotiations where we're prepared to walk away, we lose in the negotiations.
You're about to be introduced to the most remarkable business skill. A skill that can work a dramatic change in both your business and your personal life. It's a skill that can bring you vast new success in your dealings with people on every level, with your superiors, your peers, your subordinates, family members, tradespeople, people you deal with when you buy or sell a house or car. We call this skill power negotiating, and you are about to hear from the expert who has taught this skill to thousands of business people all over the country. His name is Roger Dawson, and he has now recorded a 6-cassette program with all the powerful secrets that have made him one of the world's most sought-after negotiating authorities. Roger Dawson's program tells you everything you need to know to get anything you want in your dealings with other people. He explains the various kinds of power that are used in negotiating. He tells you how to use the negotiating tactics that make professional negotiators so successful. He tells you how to analyze and adjust to the personality type of the person you're dealing with. He even tells you how to decipher your opponent's body language and conversational cues. What you're about to hear, of course, is only the very start of what you can learn in the complete 6-cassette program. But even so, you'll find it's full of valuable information that you can start to use right away. Here, then, is Roger Dawson.
Hello, this is Roger Dawson. I wrote the book on negotiating. It's called You Can Get Anything You Want, but you've got to do more than ask. And you really can get anything you want if you'll just realize these 5 things. Number 1, you're negotiating all the time. Negotiating is not just for prison wardens or FBI agents or union negotiators. Anytime you're eyeball to eyeball, belly button to belly button, kneecap to kneecap, toe to toe with another human being, you're negotiating. And if you know how to do it right, if you know how to structure a negotiation so that the other people get what they want, but at the same time you get what you want, not only will you be a lot more successful in life, but a lot of the pressure and the stress and the friction will go out of your life. Number 2 is the realization that anything you'll ever want in life is presently owned or controlled by somebody else. Now, this is not 1849, where you could buy a sluice box down at the hardware store and head for the hills of California and pick up gold and become wealthy, because it is laying out there. Everything is presently owned or controlled by somebody else. Now, doesn't it make sense that we spend a little time learning how to get it, and how to get it in such a way that we're not dominating people, we're not turning people off, but we're turning people on to us because we know how to get them what they want at the same time as we get what we want. So we should all be spending an awful lot of time studying negotiating. Yet it's amazing to me how few people have. In 1985, my daughter Julia graduated from USC. She graduated from the business school, one of the finest business schools in the country, in fact. Certainly one of the most expensive. It cost over $50,000 to put her through that school. But she didn't get 1 hour of negotiating training. So she came away from it feeling that business had to do with reading spreadsheets and profit and loss statements and the mechanics of running a business. And what you'll find out is what every businessman has found out, that the answer to good business is not in the mechanics, but the answer is in handling people, in negotiating with employees and suppliers and customers. The art of negotiating, so critical to you getting what you want. Number 3 is the understanding that there are some predictable responses to the maneuvers that take place in a negotiating situation. Now, I call these maneuvers gambits. Now, that's a chess term. It means any maneuver for advantage. For example, whenever you say yes to the first offer, you set up a predictable response. Let me have you tell me what those responses are. Let's say, for example, that you're interested in acquiring a used automobile. And the people are asking $10,000 for the car which is not a bad price, but you say to yourself, well, I'm going to be a sneaky negotiator. I'm going to make them a super low offer. I'm going to take them an offer of $7,000. And sure, they're going to get angry with me at such a low offer. They'll probably throw me out on my ear the minute they hear about it. But maybe we'll end up splitting the difference, and it'll still be a good buy. But I'll take them a really low offer just to see what happens. So you go on in and you sit down with a husband and wife that own the car, and you present the $7,000 offer, and you wait for them to explode with rage. And what actually happens is the husband looks at the wife and says, well, what do you think, dear? And the wife says, oh, why don't we go ahead and take it and get rid of it anyway? What is your response when they say yes to an offer that you didn't expect them to accept? Well, I'm fairly sure that your first response would be, I could have done better. I could have maybe got it for $6,500 or $6,000. In actual fact, if you'd have taken them a $6,500 offer and they'd have accepted it, you still would have thought, I could have done better. A $6,000 offer, you still would have thought, I could have done better. You see, it has nothing to do with the price. It has to do with the way people say yes to you. What would your second response be if they jumped at an offer that you didn't expect them to take? Probably, there's something wrong with the car. There's something wrong here that I didn't figure out. Those two responses are so predictable that in seminars around the country that I've conducted, when I ask the audience for their responses to that situation, I always get those two responses in that order. So part of the art of negotiating, which we'll spend quite a bit of time on, is learning that there are predictable responses to the maneuvers that take place. And we'll cover these gambits in sessions 3, 4, 5, and 6. We'll go through 20 of these specific gambits so that you understand what's going on in the negotiation. The fourth thing that we need to learn if we're to get everything we want out of life is that there are 3 critical factors to every negotiation. We'll devote all of session 7 to one of those factors, the understanding of power, the understanding of what makes one person able to influence another person. This will be particularly critical to you if you're in any form of management. There are 8 specific components. We'll discuss those with you and show you how to react to them when they're used against you and how you use them to control the other person in the negotiation. In session 8, we'll talk about the other 2 elements that always affect the outcome of the negotiations, how important information is to the negotiations, and how critical the time element is. And the 5th thing we need to learn is that people are different, that we have to adjust to the fact that we have a specific personality style, and that people with whom we'll be negotiating do, and when the 2 don't match, we have problems in the negotiation. And in sessions 9 and 10, we'll analyze your personality style for you. We'll show you how to adapt your negotiating style to the different personalities, and we'll show you how people negotiate differently because of their personality styles. And finally, in sessions 11 and 12, we'll wrap up with a discussion of body language and hidden meanings in conversation. I'm a firm believer in win-win negotiating. Instead of the style of negotiating that says that we should dominate the other person and outsmart them and trick them into doing things that they wouldn't normally do, I believe that negotiators should sit down and honestly work out their problems together and arrive at a situation where both of them can win in the negotiation. Now, your reaction to that may be, well, how on earth can that work? If I'm trying to buy something, I'm obviously trying to get the lowest price I possibly can for it, and if they're trying to sell, they're obviously trying to get the highest possible price they can for it. How on earth can we both win in the negotiations? So, let's start out with the most important issue. How can we arrive at win-win solutions in negotiations? There's 3 fundamental rules here. Rule number 1 is that if you narrow it down to one issue in the negotiations, if you are indeed only talking about price, I agree with you. Somebody does have to win. Somebody does have to lose. But there are always more issues than that in any negotiation. It's fascinating to study some of the international negotiations that go on and see the mistakes that are made and the elements that come together to contribute to the solution or lack of the solution. Take the Falkland Islands crisis, for example. I paid close attention to that because, being from England originally, it was kind of the last great flourish of the British Empire. But if you look at that negotiation, the Falkland Island crisis, and you only see one issue, who occupies the islands, the Argentinians or the British, of course there has to be a winner and there has to be a loser. But in actual fact, there were many more elements than that in the negotiation, weren't there? There was the prestige of the two nations. There was the political futures of the two leaders involved. There are always many, many more elements than just the one element that are important in negotiations. So the art of win-win negotiating is to piece together those elements like putting together a jigsaw puzzle so that both people can win. So never narrow the negotiations down to one issue. At a seminar once, a real estate agent came up to me. He was very excited, he said, because he'd almost completed negotiating a very large commercial building. We've been working on it for over a year now, he said, and we're almost got it resolved. In fact, we've resolved everything except price, and we're only $50,000 apart. Well, I flinch when I hear things like that, because I know from now on, however much work he's put into it, now that he's narrowed it down to one issue, then there has to be a winner and there has to be a loser. And however close they may be, they could still be heading for trouble. So while we may establish momentum in the negotiations by finding a common ground on small issues, we'll talk about that later when we talk about negotiating gambits, never absolutely nail down all of the other issues so that you're narrowing it down to one issue. Rule number 2 that makes you a win-win negotiator is the understanding that people don't want the same thing. You know, we all have an almost overriding tendency to assume that other people want what we want, that what's important to us will be important to them. But that's not true. In fact, we all have a unique perspective of the world in which we live. There's 4.5 billion people in the world, and nobody sees things just the way that you do. And the assumption that they want what you want can never lead to a win-win negotiation. If I were to hold up my hand with the palm facing you and ask you to describe my hand and compared it with my description of my hand, we'd get two totally different descriptions, wouldn't we? But it's not a question of one of us being right and one of us being wrong. We're both right. We're just seeing things from a different perspective. This is one of those things that's so simplistic, it's so easy to understand, and yet it's so very, very profound. Half of the problems in the world would go away today if people understood that with very few exceptions, people are not right or wrong. They're just seeing things from a different perspective. This is very important to you if you are a supervisor. If you're a manager of any people at all, it's quite common for some of your employees to come to you with the heat on. They're in a temper, they're in a rage, they're threatening to quit possibly, and they're saying, here's the conflict, here's what we're arguing about. And their assumption is that one of them is right and one of them is wrong, and they've come to you for you to make a decision as to who's right and who's wrong. Now, that puts you, as we Americans say, between a rock and a hard place, doesn't it? Whichever way you go, you're going to lose one of them. If you just take the time to point out that it's not a question of one being right and one being wrong, they're just seeing things from different perspectives. In actual fact, two people can look at exactly the same thing, have different opinions about it, and both be right. You'll be able to diffuse a lot of the conflict which may arise in your organization. So rule number 2 that makes you a win-win negotiator is to learn not to fall into the trap of assuming that the other people want the same thing that you do. And probably the biggest trap that most of us fall into is assuming that price is the most dominant issue in a negotiation. There are many, many other elements other than price that are important to people. So number 3 is that the understanding that we'll never be a win-win negotiator if we think that they want what we want. Because if we make that assumption, we further make the assumption that anything we do to help them in the negotiations, to help them get what they want, takes away from what we want. Let me give you a couple of examples to illustrate this. I do seminars around the country for real estate investors, and part of my service to them is that I offer a consulting service. They can call me anytime they're involved in a negotiation, and I will help them out. I got a call from a real estate investor in Seattle who had located a piece of land that he felt would make an excellent shopping center development. And he could hardly believe his good fortune because he felt that the other developers must have just overlooked it. So he got together a group of investors who would be willing to syndicate the development of the shopping center, and he approached the owner of the land with an offer to buy. And what he ran into was absolute indifference to his offer. The person who owned the land didn't say it was a bad offer, didn't say it was a good offer. He just wasn't interested in discussing an offer on the property at that particular time. Now, this is always a big problem when you're negotiating. You're always better off to have a strong objection to what you're doing than you are to meet with indifference. At my seminars, I asked for the unmarried people in the audience to answer this question. What's the opposite of love? Invariably, the answer comes, hate. Well, we married people know better than that, don't we? We know that love and hate, when you're married, can be just that close. The real opposite of love is indifference. They simply don't care anymore. When they're throwing plates at you, you can handle that. But what's difficult to handle is when they're just not interested in discussing the problem. And that's the same thing when you're negotiating. You're always better off to have a strong objection than you are to meet with indifference. So I said to the Seattle investor, okay, quit telling me about the property. I know you're excited about it, but quit telling me about that, because the answer is never with the property. The answer is always with the person. Tell me all you know about the person. I said, well, I don't know too much. He's a very elderly man, evidently very, very sick, probably going to die within about a year or so, and he knows this. Very, very wealthy. Money is just not an issue to this person at all. And he's just not interested in discussing the sale of this land. Well, what might this person be interested in? If we get around the other side of the negotiating table and understand that we can do something for this person that will not take away from our position because we don't want the same thing in the negotiation, then we can very quickly come to the conclusion that possibly this person might be interested in a monument to him. If he's old and sick and dying and wealthy, he might be interested in a monument. And we're in an excellent position to provide that for him because we can offer to name the shopping center after that person. You see, they didn't want the same thing. The buyer wanted the equity in the property. The seller really wasn't interested in that so much as he was the monument concept. And eventually, the investor didn't need the syndication that he had put together because the owner of the land was willing to deed the land over to him free and clear in return for a share in the syndication that they put in trust for the man's granddaughter and the promise that the shopping center would be named after him. That's a win-win solution, but it can only come when you understand that people don't want the same thing. In another instance, a man called me from Dallas. He was interested in acquiring a small business. He'd been negotiating with the sellers of the business. He found they were fairly flexible in terms of the terms on the property. They didn't necessarily need a lot of cash out of it, but they were fairly rigid on the price of the property. And he called me to see if I had any solutions to get the price down. So I said, well, quit telling me about the business. Tell me about the people. And he said, well, they're a middle-aged couple, the teenage children. That's really about all I know about them. I said, well, they do need some cash out of the business. Is that right? Oh, yes, they've asked for at least $4,000 cash. I said, well, what are they going to use that money for? He said, well, that, they told me. Their daughter's going into private college this fall, and they need $4,000 for tuition money in September. Now, let's get around the other side of the negotiating table with the understanding that we can do things for them that won't take away from our position because we don't necessarily want the same thing. And think about their problem. They're scraping together $4,000 to pay tuition this September. What will they need next January? Another $4,000 for the second semester, right? Does it make any sense for them to put their daughter into private university in September if they're not sure that they could maintain the tuition for the second semester? Of course not. They'd be better off to put her in a state university. What will they need the following September? Well, another $4,000, maybe a little more. And the following January? In fact, they're going to need $4,000 each September and January for the next 4 years. Now we're concerned about their problem, and what the investor in Dallas worked out was that he would work out the carryback financing so that it paid out a lump sum of $4,000 each September and January for the next 4 years, thereby assuring them that their daughter could go through college. You see, they didn't want the same thing. He wanted the equity in the business. They wanted the assurance that their daughter could go through college. And win-win negotiating can only come when you understand that people don't want the same things in the negotiation. So good negotiating becomes not just a matter of getting what you want, but also a matter of concern about the other person getting what they want. Now, please don't confuse negotiating with price cutting. A speaker told me, well, I don't negotiate my speaking fees. Well, if you have a product that is non-negotiable in terms of price, you had better become a very good negotiator. A store owner told me, our prices are fixed. We don't negotiate them. But you still negotiate. If you're trying to sell things at full price, you very definitely need to become a good negotiator. Conversely, a salesperson with an 8% negotiating range who gives it away all the time is not negotiating at all, is he? So don't confuse negotiating with price flexibility. In fact, many of the speaking engagements I have are from companies who are concerned about the lack of negotiating that their people are doing, not the amount of negotiating that their people are doing. I was hired by a large company in San Francisco, one of the largest suppliers of sound equipment to radio stations and television stations. They had given their salespeople an 8% negotiating range. Off of their list price, they could give up to 8%, and they found out that they were giving just about all of it. After we'd spent a day with them in a special workshop session teaching them negotiating, they were able to cut that price loss in half. So to someone with no flexibility in price negotiations, it becomes a matter of getting them to say yes. Yes, yes, yes. You can get them to say yes. Doesn't that word have a sweet ring to it? Some of the most exciting things that have ever happened to me have happened just after somebody has said yes. So what is the word no? To a good negotiator, no is simply an opening negotiating position. And the next time you make a proposal to someone and they say to you, that's the most outrageous idea I have ever heard, you must be out of your mind to think that we would go along with something as incredible as that, you simply say to yourself, isn't that an interesting opening negotiating position? In our next session together, we'll show you how progressing through the 3 specific stages of every negotiation will help lead you to a yes answer.
This is the end of Side 1. Side 2 is already queued up for your listening.
In this session, we'll be talking about the 3 stages of every negotiation and also the ingredients that make you a good negotiator. The 3 stages may not be apparent to you. In this country, we have a real desire to get to the bottom line, don't we? You know, Americans are probably the best salespeople in the entire world. When you're at New Delhi Airport, for example, which is the crossroads airport of the entire Asian continent, and you stand there and you see this long line of Boeing 747 airplanes coming down the runway, you know that Americans have to be the greatest airplane salespeople in the world. When you're in a country like Singapore and you see the entire budget of the nation being run on IBM computers, you know that American salespeople have to be the best computer salespeople in the world. And understand that Caterpillar tractors are used all over the world, even in Russia, for road building. So you know that we have to be the best equipment salespeople in the world. So we're good at what we do in negotiating business contracts. This was really highlighted to me recently when I took a tour of the United Nations building in New York. When the United Nations was established, it was agreed that the member nations would support the cost of the United Nations organization in relationship to their gross national product and their population. And a very wide range was established of support. But you know, we have one failing, and that is that we want to go to the bottom line too quickly. I really became aware of this when, as a real estate broker in California, president of one of the largest companies in California, we did a lot of business with Iranians. At the time of the fall of the Shah of Iran, it was not uncommon to find Iranians coming into this country with $1 million in cash that they would invest in American real estate. And very often I would see our salespeople making gross errors of negotiation with these Iranians, because they would take the typical American attitude that, well, let's get the business settled and we'll go out for a beer afterwards, whereas Iranians were taking a totally different approach. They knew that there were set stages that you need to go through in every negotiation. And it was appropriate to sit down have some tea together, and get to know each other well for maybe several hours before the topic of business would even be raised. So if we will learn these 3 stages of every negotiation and learn to work with them, we'll become much more effective. So let's learn these 3 stages of every negotiation now. This is something that Mayor Wilson Goode of Philadelphia could really have benefited from. In May of 1985, he was called into a terrorist situation on Osage Avenue in Philadelphia. An upshot of the negotiations were that 53 homes were destroyed, 250 people were left homeless, and the 11 terrorists were left dead. This situation was of a special interest to me because not long before that, I had been hired by the mayors of California to teach them how to negotiate this kind of situation. There are 442 cities in California, and the mayors held a big conference in Monterey, California, and hired me to come and teach them how to negotiate. So I taught them that there are 3 stages of every negotiation. And I think the way that I explained it to them in terms of a terrorist situation will make it readily apparent to you what those 3 stages are and how you can apply them to any other negotiation. Let's suppose, I said to them, that you are the mayor of a small California city and you've been called into a terrorist situation downtown. There's a gunman holding a gun on a hostage in one of the buildings down there. Your police chief is a little to the right of Genghis Khan. He's in favor of blowing the whole place apart and killing everybody in sight. And you'd like to avoid that. Somebody hands you a bullhorn and says, okay, negotiate our way out of this. One of the mayors called out. He said, wait a minute, I only got elected by 47 votes. But in that situation, it would be fairly obvious what your first stage should be. Your first stage would be to establish criteria. Find out exactly what the other side wants to do. Even when you're fairly sure that you won't like what you're about to hear. Find out exactly what it is they want. In the terrorist situation, it might be 5 minutes on a local radio station. It might be a one-way ticket to Cuba. It might just be something that you can give them. Sometimes you're surprised when you narrow it down to find out exactly what it is that they want. I remember a situation many, many years ago when a large department store chain asked me to negotiate a situation where a couple had bought a Franklin stove through their catalog department, had installed the stove, and it had malfunctioned, blackening the entire outside of their house and pouring hot coals onto their living room carpet and burning a hole in the middle of it. This appeared to be such a major problem to this company that the complaint had gone through all the stages, from salesperson to store manager to district manager to regional manager. The regional vice president in charge of the 7 western states now had this problem on his desk. In an attempt to negotiate this to avoid it going on to the head office in Chicago, he asked me to go and see what could be done, to take pictures of the damage to assess an appropriate settlement. I went out there to this little home out in the country and met with the owners of this home, with 2 of the most charming elderly people I have ever met. I quickly ascertained that it was indeed the fault of the stove and not the way that they installed it. They showed me the blackened outside of the house. They showed me the hole in the living room carpet. And the first thing I did was to establish criteria, to try and find out exactly what it was they wanted to do. I assumed it was a question that had been asked them a dozen times before, as this complaint had worked its way up through the levels of authority in the company. But to my amazement, when I said to them, well, what exactly is it you feel the company should do for you? They said, well, we can probably take care of the smoke on the outside of the house. We have plenty of time. We can clean that up. But we are concerned about the hole in the living room carpet. Well, what, I repeated, do you feel the company should do about that? Well, we wouldn't expect you to buy a whole new carpet, they said. Maybe if we had a scatter rug that we could put over the hole, that would be all right. I could hardly believe what I was hearing. I said, you mean to tell me that if we gave you a scatter rug to put over the hole, you'd be happy? Oh, yes, that would be fine, they said. So I put them in the car, drove them down to the local branch of the store, had them pick out a scatter rug, which was, I think, less than $50 at retail price, much less cost, had them sign a complete release, and send it in to the regional vice president of this company. And I got a letter back congratulating me on a masterful job of negotiating, which was nonsense. I was just the first person who would ask them exactly what they want to do. So that's always the first stage in any negotiation. In the terrorist situation, we ask them exactly what they expect us to do. Secondly, we create our criteria in their minds. We tell them exactly what we are prepared to do to ascertain how far we might be apart in the negotiations. Having established criteria so that each side understands exactly what the other side is initially willing to do, then we go to stage 2, which is to get information. This is one of the most critical parts of any negotiating process, is to find out exactly all you can about the other side. We'll see in session 7 how information is one of the critical elements of power. We'll see in session 8 that it's one of the 3 critical elements that always affects the outcome of negotiation. But here we see it's the second stage of every negotiation. Find out all you possibly can. Don't jump to conclusions at this stage. Ask for information. In the case of the terrorist situation, we'd want to know, is this person a member of an organized group? Have they ever followed through on this threat before? What religion are they? Is it a minister or a priest that we can call in? Where is their family? Who can we bring in to help us with the situation? But get all the information you possibly can. As an employer, you may have a key employee who's about to quit. You would still go through these 3 stages. Number 1, establish exactly what they intend and plan to do. What exactly would it take for them to stay with the company? Find out, even if you may not like what you're going to hear. And the second stage, get all the information you possibly can. And the more you probe for information, the more things will come to the surface that affect the negotiations that you otherwise would not be aware of. This employee may be having marital problems that seem to demand to him that he should leave town. And really, the dissatisfaction with the job is not the key issue at all. Getting more information is critical to you, and it's the second stage of every negotiation. Only when you've completed these 2 stages do you then go to stage 3, which is to reach for compromise. To start looking for things that they might see of value that you're willing to concede in the negotiation because they're not necessarily of value to you, and vice versa. Follow those 3 stages of negotiation. Practice in little areas, too. For example, my son used to come to me and say, "Dad, could I borrow the car tonight?" And I might immediately jump to the defensive. Without going through the stages, I'll say, "No, son, I don't want you borrowing the car tonight. We can't have you borrowing the car every night. You've got homework to do," and so on and so forth. If I'd have gone through the 3 stages, I would have said, establish criteria, number 1. Find out where he's going with the car, how long he's going to be, when will he be coming back. And then go to stage number 2. Get all the information you possibly can. Who's he going to be with? If he's going to a movie, what movie is he going to see, and so on. And then 3, reach for some kind of compromise that's acceptable to both of you, such as, if you do your homework first, I'll let you go. Or possibly tomorrow night I'll let you go to the movie and I'll come with you. But before I went through the 3 stages, I would jump to a conclusion, a big argument would start, and then I would find out that he'd been asked by his mother to go down to the drugstore and pick up a prescription for her. And the relationship would have been seriously weakened. What does it take to become a good negotiator? There are 5 things that I'd like to stress here. Number 1, the understanding that negotiating is always a 2-way affair. The pressure is always on the other person to compromise in the negotiations just as much as it is on you. For example, when you're walking into a bank to apply for a loan, you tend to get very intimidated. You tend to look at that big bank and you start thinking, why on earth would a big bank like this want to lend little old me money? And we immediately lose sight of the pressure that's on the other side. That this bank spends millions of dollars a year in advertising to try and entice us to come in for a loan. The many people who work there, their jobs are entirely dependent on the loan activity. So a good negotiator learns to mentally compensate for the fact that we always think we have the weaker side in the negotiations. And as he strides up to that loan officer's desk, he thinks to himself, I bet this loan officer just got a royal chewing out from his boss who told him, if you can't find somebody to lend money to today, we don't even need you around here anymore. One of the things that I recommend you do after taking this home study course is to go apply for an increase in pay. They've been underpaying you for years, and you didn't understand it. And maybe a lack of negotiating caused you not to be able to get what you really deserve. Now, you'll be sitting there with your boss negotiating an increase in pay, and you'll automatically start thinking that you've got the weaker hand, that they don't need to compromise as badly as you did. You'll be thinking, boy, I hope this doesn't affect my career plan with this company. They've really been good to me over the years. Maybe I shouldn't push so hard. Do you know what your employer is sitting there thinking? They're thinking, I hope I don't lose them over this. They have done so well for us in all these years. They are so skilled at what they're doing. I have no idea where I'd ever find a replacement for them. You're both sitting there thinking that you have the weaker hand in the negotiation, and good negotiators learn to mentally compensate for that. Point number 2 that makes you a good negotiator is the desire to acquire the skills of negotiating. The understanding that negotiating isn't just for union negotiators and FBI agents and prison wardens. Everybody's negotiating all the time, and the desire to acquire the skills comes from the understanding of how effective this knowledge that we're teaching you now, and the tactics that we'll be teaching you in sessions 3 and 4, and the personality styles and the power factors, how effective these can be when you're dealing with other people. Try them out. See how effective they are. Number 3, the understanding of how these different principles work and how the gambits that we'll cover in session 3 and 4 affect the negotiations. Number 4 is a willingness to practice. One of the fascinating things about learning how to negotiate is that you don't have to wait until you're in a heavy negotiating situation with thousands of dollars on the table before you work with these skills. Learn to practice in little areas, too. For example, I was recently hired to do a seminar in Atlanta at John Portman's Peachtree Hotel. It's a Western hotel. It's a fabulous place. It's the tallest hotel in the country and possibly in the world, I think. It's 70 stories high. It's like a round, tall tower. There are only about 20 rooms on each floor. As I walked into the hotel, a room had been prearranged for me by the organization that had hired me. I was wondering what could I do to provide an illustration to the people who will be in the seminar tomorrow of how effective negotiating can be. And what I determined to do was see what I could do about negotiating down the price of the room. Now, rooms at the Peachtree typically cost $135, and they had placed me in at a very good corporate rate, $75. But nevertheless, I determined to see what I could do. 10 minutes later, they had reduced the price of that room to $37.50 for me. I'd used the classic trade-off movement on them. They told me that they only had a twin-size room for me. Now, if they'd have said they only had a full-size room, I would have asked for a twin bed, you understand. It didn't matter what it was. But I said, I'm sorry, this room was booked a month ahead of time for me. I'm just not going to accept a twin-size room. The manager was bought out. He explained that they have 1,400 rooms in the hotel, 1,390 of them are already occupied, they only had 10 available, and I would have to settle for a twin-size room. So I used the trade-off technique. I said, well, I might be willing to settle for a twin-size room, but if I do that for you, what will you do for me? I thought possibly they might offer me a free breakfast or something like that. But to my amazement, he said, well, we might be able to adjust the price of the room a little bit. How would half price be for you? And I said, that would be just fine. Now, the interesting thing was that before they gave me the key to the room, they said, let me check just a moment. We may be able to do something more for you. And they made a telephone call, and they found out that they did indeed have a queen-size room available for me that had just been newly redecorated, and they were not sure whether it was being released yet for use. So I ended up getting a queen-size room, a $135 room, for only $37.50. This didn't benefit me, since the organization was paying for it, and they got the benefit of the reduction anyway. But the point is here that in little areas like this, you can learn to use these gambits to see how effective they can be. And that will be very, very useful for you when you get into large negotiations. In another instance recently, I was completing a seminar in Kansas City and flying back through Dallas to California. And another speaker at the seminar found that he was on the same flight as me and suggested we travel together. Well, in the taxi to the airport, I found out that I was traveling on a first-class ticket and he had a coach ticket. So I determined to see if I could get him upgraded to first class at no extra charge. Well, it took me 10 or 15 minutes to do it, which probably wasn't a particularly valuable investment of my time, but the thing is to get some practice in areas like this doing it. I asked the young lady at the counter, and I told him I'd just run into this friend of mine, and I had a first-class ticket. Would they be nice enough to give him a courtesy upgrade? She said that she couldn't do it, but that I should check with the gate agent and see if he could do it. So we talked to the gate agent. He said no, there was absolutely no way that the company would let him do that. I said, well, what if I talked to the stewardess on the airplane? He said, well, I guess you could talk to her if you wanted to. So I got onto the plane, and I told the same story over again. I just met this person. I had a first class. He had a coach. Would she be willing to look the other way? Well, she said, well, I don't have the authority, but I'll check back with the gate agent, the person I'd previously spoken to. I invited my friend to sit next to me in first class while she went to check. She came back, and she said, that'll be fine. You're welcome to do that. The interesting thing was that in both of these negotiations, the other people were not hostile to the negotiation. They were happy to do this. They were happy to make that concession. In fact, when my friend left the plane in Dallas, the stewardess pressed 2 little bottles of Chivas Regal into his hand and said, please take these without compliments. So that's one of the benchmarks of a good negotiation that we'll talk about in session 12, that you haven't completed a good negotiation if the other person resents what you accomplished. They must feel good about what was done. The fifth thing that makes you a win-win negotiator is the desire to create win-win solutions. After you've studied this course thoroughly and applied the techniques, you'll develop a power over people, a feeling of control in formally threatening situations that'll benefit you for a lifetime. Then it's up to you not to abuse that power, but only to use it when both people can benefit. In session 3, we'll talk about the specific negotiating gambits that make negotiating such a fascinating art.
This concludes the first cassette in Roger Dawson's program on power negotiating. We hope you'll profit from the ideas you've learned. And please remember that all the good ideas on this first cassette are just the start of the many good ideas in the complete power negotiating program. You've just heard 2 sessions. There are 10 more in this 6-cassette series. Plus, you get 24 pocket flashcards. They help remind you of Roger Dawson's negotiating secrets when you're out on the firing line in actual negotiating situations. It could be when you're buying or selling a car, asking for a raise or promotion, dealing with a tough business customer, or even negotiating with your teenager. In fact, Roger Dawson's negotiating secrets can help you be more successful in almost all aspects of your life. We're sure you'll benefit from this 6-cassette program. Simply return the reply card enclosed with this cassette, and we'll rush this program to you. For even faster service, credit card users can call the number printed on this cassette, 1-800-323-5552. Thanks again for your interest in Roger Dawson's Power Negotiating. We hope you'll give us the opportunity to send you the entire program. Thanks for listening.
In this session and our next 4 sessions together, we'll be talking about some of the specific negotiating gambits or tactics that are used during the negotiating process. Now, some of these may seem a bit ruthless to you. You may say, where on earth did this guy come from? I bet he's the kind of guy that would train homing pigeons and then move. In fact, I was doing a seminar in St. Louis one time, and I was standing in the back of the room waiting to be introduced when 2 people in front of me didn't realize I was behind them, and I heard one say to the other, have you heard this next speaker? This guy could get the gold right out of your teeth. Of course, I had to correct them because that's not negotiating, that's stealing. Now, when you get the gold out of their teeth and they thank you for it, that's negotiating. Bear in mind that even if you never use these tactics, because you might not feel comfortable using some of them, you still need to know about them, because whether you realize it or not, they're being used against you all the time. And a typical reaction from what we'll cover during these next 4 sessions is, I finally figured out what they did to me. Now I understand why I didn't get that proposal accepted. Now I understand why I didn't get the raise that I wanted. I understand why I didn't buy that automobile or appliance at as good a price as I could have done. So with that in mind, let's get into the tactics. First of all, the principle of nibbling. The principle of nibbling says that you can get a little bit more even after everything has been agreed to. Car dealers understand this, don't they? Car dealers know that when they get you onto the lot, there's kind of a psychological resistance that has built up to the purchase. If they can get you to the point where you're thinking, yes, I'm going to buy a car, yes, I'm going to buy it here, which they do by closing you on any make and model of car, even a stripped-down model that carries very little profit for them, Then they can get you into the closing room, and they can add on all the other little extras that really build the profit into the car. What's happening here is that people do things to reinforce decisions that they have just made. A couple of psychologists did a study to find out exactly what was going on here, and they did it, of all places, up at a racetrack in Canada. They studied the attitudes of people immediately before they placed the bet and immediately after they placed the bet. What they found out was that before they placed the bet, the people were very uptight, unsure, and anxious about what they were about to do. Now, I want you to relate this to an employer who's not sure whether you're the right person for the promotion, another company that you've made a proposal to that is not sure that you're the right supplier for them, an offer to buy when the people are not sure whether this is the best offer they'll get or not. The other side is very uptight, unsure about what the decision that they're about to make. At the racetrack, they found out that once the people had made the decision to go ahead and had placed the bet, all of a sudden they felt very, very good about what they had just done, and even had a tendency to want to double the bet before the race started. They felt that confident about what they'd just done. This is the phenomenon of people wanting to do things to reinforce decisions that they have just made. So one rule for negotiators may be that you don't necessarily ask for everything up front. You wait for that moment of agreement in the negotiations, and then you go back and you nibble for a little bit extra. You might think of the negotiating process as pushing a ball uphill, a large rubber ball that's much bigger than you, and you're forcing it up to the top of the hill. The top of the hill is the moment of the first agreement that is reached in the negotiations. Once that point is reached, then the ball moves easily down the other side of the hill. So timing is very, very critical. You see, after the initial agreement has been made, the people feel very, very good. They feel a sense of relief that the decision has been made. In their mind, the negotiation is over, and they're very, very vulnerable to a little bit more. I bet you've been the victim of a nibble at one time or another. You've been selling a car or a boat. You're finally feeling good because you found the buyer. The pressure and the tension of the negotiations has drained away. They're sitting there at the kitchen table writing out the check, and just as they're about to sign their name, they look up and they say, "That does include a full tank of gas, doesn't it?" You're at your most vulnerable point then in the negotiations. The counter-tactic to the nibble, incidentally, is to gently make the other person feel cheap. Now, you've got to be very careful about the way you do this, because obviously you're at a sensitive point in the negotiations. So you smile sweetly in the instance of the person asking for the tank of gas, and you say, "Oh, come on. You negotiated a fantastic price on the car. Don't make me give you a full tank of gas, too." Fair enough? And that's the counter-tactic to the nibble when it's used against you. So consider this when you go into negotiations. Are there some elements that are better off broached as a nibble after the initial agreement position has been met? For example, let's say that you're up for a promotion with your company. They're going to promote you to vice president in charge of marketing. And you go in and you negotiate the salary and the benefits that you're going to get. One of the things that you want to get from them in the negotiations is a membership in the country club so that you can do some entertaining. I'm going to suggest to you that rather than trying to negotiate that into the negotiations themselves, you would be better off to leave that as a nibble. After everything has been agreed to, you've shaken hands, you're about to leave the president of the company's office, you turn around and you say, "By the way, you do understand that I will need a membership in the country club, don't you?" You're much more likely to get it than you were if you were to introduce it as an initial demand. Were you to introduce it as part of your initial demands, chances are they would use it as a trade-off situation. They would say, "Well, we might consider a membership in the country club, but we couldn't do that and give you the new car that you're asking for, so which would you rather have?" Add it on as a nibble, you stand the best chance of getting it. Children are brilliant at nibbling, aren't they? If you have teenage children at home, you know that they don't have to take any courses on negotiating. You have to take a course in negotiating just to stand a chance of surviving, because they're naturally brilliant negotiators. My daughter Julia, when she graduated from high school, wanted to get a really nice high school graduation gift from me. She had 3 things on her hidden agenda. Number 1, she wanted a 5-week trip to Europe. Number 2, she wanted $1,200 in spending money. Number 3, she wanted a new set of luggage. She was smart enough not to ask for everything up front. She was smart enough to close me on the trip first, and then come back a few weeks later and show me in writing, and we'll stress the importance of the in writing part later, show me in writing that the recommended spending money was $1,200, and got me to commit to that. And then right at the last minute, she came to me and she said, "Dad, you wouldn't want me going to Europe with that radio instead of luggage, would you? All the kids will be there with new luggage." And she got that too. Had she asked for everything up front, I would have negotiated out the luggage, negotiated down the spending money. So always take into account the possibility of being able to nibble. Timing is very critical. Catching the other person when they feel good because they feel that the negotiations are over. On the other hand, look out for it when you're feeling good, you're very vulnerable, you're liable to make a concession, and half an hour later you'll be thinking, why on earth did I do that? I didn't have to do that. We had agreed on everything already. The principle of the hot potato is when somebody wants to give you their problem, like tossing you a hot potato at a barbecue. You want to get rid of it as quickly as you can. Now here's the response to the hot potato. Test it for validity right away. This is exactly what international negotiators do when the other side tries to give you their problem. You have to test it for validity right away. Later on, it's too late. If you work with this problem that they have tossed you, in a short period of time, they have now established in their minds that it's your problem, and it's too late to test it. You see, what I found out from my study of international negotiations and my knowledge of business situations is that exactly the same things apply. The same rules that apply for the negotiators in Geneva when the peace conferences are on apply to interpersonal relationships, when you're trying to get a proposal accepted, when you're supervising employees and conflict comes up, or when you're trying to buy a piece of real estate or an automobile. Exactly the same things apply. Now, some instances are very familiar with the hot potato. This is the real estate salesperson who has the buyer come into the office and say, "We only have $5,000 to put down." Now, let's assume that that's a very low down payment. The real estate person could possibly work with it, but it's going to be tough. What they should do right away is test it for validity. Well, that's fine. We can maybe work with that, you say. Later on, I'm going to teach you why you should always agree with people, whatever they say to you. That's fine. We can work with that. But let me ask you this. If I find exactly the right property for you, in exactly the right neighborhood, the price and terms are fantastic, your family's going to love it, your kids are going to love having their friends over to play, but it takes $10,000 to get in, is there any point in showing it to you, or should I just show it to my other buyers? Now, once in a great while, the person will say, "Look, watch my lips, don't you understand me? $5,000 is it, not a penny more." But 9 times out of 10, in my experience, they'll say, we maybe could use the CD that we have. We really didn't want to touch our certificate of deposit, but if it's a really good buy, we might. Or maybe Uncle Joe would help us with the down payment. And immediately you know that that problem that they tossed you is not the deal buster that it appeared to be. A computer salesperson might have someone come into the showroom and say, "Look, we can only afford to pay $3,000. And if you're willing to accept other people's problems, you'll probably confine yourself to that range, assuming that what they told you was absolutely gospel. If you learn to test it for validity up front, if I could show you a computer system that would give you double the effect of a $3,000 system and it only cost $1,000 more, would you be interested in taking a look at it? 9 times out of 10, they'll say, "Sure, we'll take a look at it." And you know that that price issue is not the deal buster that it appeared to be. So, look out for people giving you their problems. The counter-tactic to the hot potato is to test it for validity right away. And get in the habit of not letting people give you their problems. You've got enough of your own, don't you? It's like the person who was pacing the floor at night. He couldn't sleep, and his wife was concerned about it. "Darling, what's bothering you? Why don't you come to bed?" And he said, "Well, we have this note due at the bank tomorrow, and the banker's a good friend of ours, and I just hate to face him and say that we're not going to have the money to pay for it." So the wife picked up the phone and called their friend, the banker, and said, "That note that we have coming due tomorrow, we don't have the money to pay it." The husband exploded. He said, "What did you do that for?" "That's what I'm concerned about." And she said, "Well, dear, now it's his problem, and you can come to bed. Don't let other people give you their problems." Here's the principle of higher authority. You would think that if you were going out to negotiate something, you would want to have the authority to make a decision. In actual fact, you put yourself in a weakened negotiating position when you do that. Always have a higher authority that you have to check with before you can change your proposal or make a decision. Maybe you'll lose some ego from this, but you'll find it very, very effective. When I was president of the real estate company in California, I used to have salespeople coming in to sell me things all the time. Advertising, photocopy machines, computer equipment, and so on. I would always negotiate this very best price that I possibly could using all of these tactics. Then I would say to them, this looks fine. I do just have to run it by my board of directors, but I'll get back to you tomorrow with the final okay. The next day I could get back to them and say, boy, are they tough to deal with right now. I felt sure I could sell it to them, but they just won't go along with it unless you can shave another couple of $100 off the price. I'm sure you have mixed emotions about doing that kind of thing, but I'm telling you what you run into out there for your own protection. Higher authority works a lot better when the higher authority is a vague entity, like a committee or a board of directors. For example, have you ever actually met a loan committee at a bank? I never have. I'm convinced that whatever the bank, whatever the price of the loan, there's somebody at that bank that can give you a decision without having to go to any committees. And yet they know if they said to you, your package is on the president's desk, you would say, well, let's go talk to him right now. Let's get it resolved. But you can't do that with the vague entity. The use of higher authority is a way of putting pressure on people without confrontation. For example, I own quite a lot of real estate investment property, and I have tenants to deal with. And when I first had this real estate property, I thought it was kind of neat to tell the tenants that I owned the property. It was kind of an ego trip for me. And then when my portfolio got substantial, I realized that it wasn't that much fun anymore because the tenants assumed that the owner of the property was made of money. And why would it be a problem to replace the carpeting in this unit because there's a small cigarette burn, or replace the drapes? Why would it be a problem if the rent's going to be late that month? He's rich, he's got all that property. Why is he so upset about it? Well, the minute I formed a company, Plaza Properties, my real estate investment company, and I now became the president of that company, which is a property management company managing the property for this vague group of investors out there, a lot of my problems went away. Then when they said, well, look, we've got this hole in the carpet, it needs to be replaced, I would say, well, quite frankly, I don't think I can get the owners to do that for you just yet. I tell you what, you keep the rent coming in on the first of the month, and in about 6 months, I'll go to bat for you with the owners. Let me see what I can do for you with them at that time. That's good guy, bad guy. We'll talk about that later. If they would say, Roger, we're not going to have the rent until the 15th of the month, I would say, boy, I know exactly how you feel. Sometimes it can get difficult. But unfortunately, on this property, I just don't have any leeway. The owners of this property have told me that if the rent's not in by the 5th of the month, I just have to file an eviction notice. So what can we do to get the rent in on time? It's a way of putting pressure on people without confrontation. So always maintain your own resort to higher authority. The countertactic to higher authority is very critical. You need to learn to remove the other person's resort to higher authority before the negotiations start. This is exactly the same thing that the car dealer will do to you when he says, before he lets you take it for a test drive, let me be sure I understand. He'll say, if you like this car as much as I know you're going to like it, is there any reason why you wouldn't make a decision? This is the real estate person who will say, before they put you in the car to show you property, let me be sure I understand. If we find exactly the right property for you today, is there any reason why you wouldn't make a decision? Because they know that if they don't remove the resort to higher authority up front, then there's a danger that under the pressure of asking for a decision to conclude the negotiations, the other person will invent one as a delaying tactic. Well, gee, I'd love to give you a decision today, but I just can't because my father-in-law has to look at the car or the property, or Uncle Joe's helping us with the down payment, and we need to talk to him first. You see, one of the most difficult things you can run into when you're making a proposal, whether you're an investor or a salesperson or a negotiator for a corporation, is to make a proposal to the other person, and they say to you, well, that's fine. Thanks for bringing us the proposal. We will talk to our committee or our attorney or our CPA about it, and if we're interested, we'll get back to you. Where do you go from there? If you're smart enough to counter higher authority before you start, you can remove yourself from that dangerous situation. So, before you present the proposal to the other person, you would say, let me be sure I understand. If this proposal meets all of your needs, now this is a fairly broad statement, isn't it? The other side's thinking, well, I can wriggle out of that one. If this proposal meets all of your needs, is there any reason why you wouldn't give me a decision today? Fairly harmless thing for the other person to say okay to, but look at what you've accomplished. Number one, you've eliminated their right to say, I want to think it over. If they say that, you say, well, let me go over it one more time. There must be something I didn't cover clearly enough, because you did indicate to me that you were willing to make a decision today. And secondly, you've eliminated their right to refer it to a higher authority. You've eliminated their right to say, I want my attorney to see it, my CPA, or the committee to take a look at it. So what's the counter tactic to that counter? I'm sure that there are many situations where you'll say that to people, and they'll come right out and say to you, I'm sorry, I would like to hear the proposal, and that's what you need to do if you want to do business with our company, but I won't be making a decision today. I will have to refer it to the committee. Here's the 3 steps that you take as a counter to the counter. Number 1, appeal to their ego. But they always follow your recommendations, don't they? You say, with a smile on your face. Well, with some personality styles, that's enough of an appeal to their ego that they'll say, well, I guess you're right. If I like it, you can count on it. Don't worry about it. You'll get your positive answer. But more often than not, they'll say, well, yes, they usually follow my recommendations, but I just can't give you a decision until I've referred it to the committee. The second stage is to get their commitment that they will go to the committee with a positive proposal, and you will recommend it to them, won't you? Now, hopefully, you'll get a response like, well, yes, it looks like a good proposal to me, but I just want to be sure that they're going to go along with it. Now, this is very important. Get the commitment that they're going to go along with it. I remember when I first came to this country in 1962, I went to work for a bank in California for a short period of time, and then after 9 months found that I couldn't stand the excitement of working in the banking industry and looked around for something else. I went to work for a department store chain, but before I could go to work for them, I had to be approved by the store manager of the store in which I would be assigned for training. They sent me up to Napa, California to interview with the store manager there. For whatever reason, the interview didn't go well. I knew that I wasn't going to get the job. And he said to me, well, Roger, thank you for coming in to the interview. I'll report back to the committee at head office and you'll be hearing from them. And I said to him, but you will recommend me to them, won't you? That's stage number 2, asking for a commitment that they'll go in with a positive approach. I saw his mind swinging from one side to the other. He didn't want to recommend me to the committee. On the other side, he didn't want the confrontation of telling me that he wasn't going to recommend me to the committee. And his mind went from one side to the other for a few minutes, and finally he said, well, yes, I guess I'm willing to give you a try. Immediately revealing that there was no higher authority, there was no committee, he was the one making the decision. So get the person's commitment that they will go in with a positive decision. First of all, there's a world of difference between them going to the committee and saying, look, this is what I think we should do, than saying, well, here's a proposal that we've had, what do you think of it? And number 3, it sets you up for the third stage of the counter-tactic, which is to go to the qualified subject to close. Now, the subject to close is the same one that your life insurance agent uses on you when he says, well, quite frankly, I don't know if we can get this much insurance on someone of your age. It would be subject to you passing the physical anyway, so why don't we just write up the paperwork subject to you passing the physical? Now, he knows that if you can fog a mirror, he can get you that insurance, but it doesn't sound as though you're making as big a decision as you really are. The qualified subject to close in this particular instance would be, well, look, let's just write up the paperwork subject to the right of your committee to decline the proposal within a 24-hour period. Now, that's not subject to their acceptance, subject to their right to decline it for a specific reason. Now, if they're going to refer it to an attorney, it would be a legal reason. If they're going to refer it to their CPA, it would be a tax reason, and so on. But try and get it nailed down to a specific reason. What's the counter to the counter tactic? Well, if someone tried to nail me down like that and said, now you do have the authority to make a decision, don't you, in so many words, I would say, well, quite frankly, it depends on the price that you propose. At some price points, I have to go to my board of directors. Some things I can approve. Having had them propose a price to me, I might say, after they proposed maybe $6,500, I would say, well, what a shame. I could take it to our board of directors and see what they say. It's a shame. I was hoping that you were going to come in at under $5,000 because I am authorized to go ahead up to $5,000, trying to cut that price down. But the use of higher authority is very critical to you when you're negotiating. Always maintain your own. Always try to remove the other person's resort to higher authority. The next gambit we'll talk about is how to handle an impasse. Now, it's very easy for inexperienced negotiators to confuse an impasse with a deadlock. And there's a very easy technique that you can use whenever an impasse is reached, and it's called the set-aside technique, used very, very effectively by the American negotiators right after the 1972 Arab-Israeli War. We went to the Israelis and we said, look, please at least sit down and talk to the Egyptians, because if you don't, somebody's going to start World War III around here. And they threw us what might easily have been perceived as a deadlock, the killer in the negotiations. They said, well, we might be willing to talk to them, but we want you to understand up front there's one thing that is absolutely non-negotiable. We will never, ever withdraw from the Sinai. We took it during the 1972 war. That's where our oil wells are. We will never, ever withdraw. Have you had clients present something like that forcefully with you? We want you to know that we might talk to you about you doing business with us, but we would absolutely never, ever go along with such and such. If that's what you want to talk about, forget it. Well, we were smart enough to use this set-aside technique. It's very, very effective. You'll be amazed how this will resolve what appear to be major issues when you're negotiating with people. We said, that's fine. We understand exactly how you feel about the Sinai. Now, we also understood, although we didn't reveal it to them, that the Egyptians were just as adamant about getting the Sinai back as the Israelis were, not relinquishing it. We said, we understand exactly how you feel about the Sinai. That's your oil fields are. You took it during the 72 war and so on. But look, let's just set that issue aside and get together and talk about some of the other issues that are important to us. It's exactly the same technique that you would use if you were talking as a supplier to a factory, and then they said to you, look, we might be interested in talking to you, but we would want you to know that you have to be able to get your price down below 97 cents a unit. Now, even if your absolute lowest price is $1.25 a unit, use a set-aside technique. I understand exactly how important price is to you. Let's just set that aside for a minute and talk about the other issues. Now, how important is delivery date to you? How would you want the packaging done? And you resolve a lot of the little issues first in an attempt to establish some momentum leading up to the big issues. Now, as we told you when we talked about win-win negotiating, don't narrow it down to just one issue. But resolving the little issues first establishes momentum. See, inexperienced negotiators seem to think that you need to resolve the big issues first. Boy, if we can't get together on the biggies like price and terms, why waste a lot of time talking to them about the little issues? What you find out is that those apparently unresolvable impasses become a lot more flexible after you've found some agreement on the small issues. So establish that momentum. And as you know, in the Arab-Israeli crisis, we eventually did see the Israelis withdrawing from the Sinai in spite of the fact that they assured us initially that that's the last thing in the world they would ever do. If you do actually reach a deadlock in the negotiations, the only way to resolve a deadlock is to bring in a third party who is perceived as reasonably neutral by the other two parties. Now, some industries, notably the automobile industry and the timeshare industry, or the promotional land industry, use the third-party clause very, very frequently. But anybody can use it in a negotiation, and it's very, very important. But the key issue here is that the third party has to be perceived as reasonably neutral by the other person. It appears we've reached a deadlock here, and I don't know how we're ever going to resolve it. But look, I know a fellow who is in our association in this industry, and he seems to be very good at finding a way past these deadlocks. Why don't we bring him in and see how he feels about it? You might also describe this as the arbitrator route. When a union goes on strike, if it's a critical union, the federal government will eventually insist that an arbitrator be appointed, a neutral third party. Attorneys use this frequently. I was once involved in a negotiation for the sale of a major company to another one. And as you can imagine, we had two huge teams of attorneys that were working, trying to resolve all the difficulties, which were many, many. After weeks and weeks of negotiating, we appeared to reach what was an absolute deadlock. And what happened was one of the attorneys said, "Oh, look, it's obviously going to take more time than I thought it would. I have to be in court this afternoon, but I tell you what, Joe, my partner, will be in after lunch and take my place." Well, Joe comes in after lunch. Now, he's completely new to the negotiations. Each side has to explain where they are in the negotiations. Joe took great pains to position himself as neutral in the negotiations. In actual fact, he said to the other side, "Look, I think we're being a little unfair to you in suggesting that we do that. I think it will be fairer if we conceded this point to you." Having positioned himself as neutral and being new to the negotiations, having all of the things to be explained to him over and over again, he was able to find a common ground in the negotiations that got us past the deadlock. So anytime you actually do reach a deadlock in the negotiations, then the thing to do is to bring in a third party who's perceived as reasonably neutral by the other parties. In Session 4, we'll get into some more fascinating negotiating gambits, including good guy, bad guy, and why you should never jump at the first offer.
This is the end of Side 3. Side 4 is already queued up for your listening.
Let's talk about good guy, bad guy, one of the best-known negotiating gambits. Charles Dickens first wrote about it in his book Great Expectations. You remember in the first chapter, Pip is lost in the fog of the marshes of England, and out from the fog comes a prisoner with chains around his legs. His negotiating problem is to get Pip to go into the village and get a file so that he can remove the chains and bring it back to him. This would require him to put enough pressure on Pip to go do it, but not put so much pressure that Pip would get so scared that he wouldn't return. And he used the good guy, bad guy technique. He said, "Pip, I really like you, and I would never ever do anything to harm you. But I have this friend out in the fog, this bad guy, and there's just no telling what he might do if you don't help me." I'm sure you've seen good guy, bad guy used in movies and television programs. When a suspect is brought into the police station for interrogation, the first detective to interrogate him is a rough, tough, mean-looking guy. He threatens the suspect with all kinds of things that they're going to do to him. He's mysteriously called away to take a phone call, and the second detective who's brought in to look after the prisoner while the first detective is away is the warmest, nicest guy in the entire world. He sits down, he makes friends with the prisoner, he gives him a cigarette, and he says, "Listen, kid, it's really not as bad as all that, and I've kind of taken a liking to you. I know the ropes around here. Why don't you let me see what I can do for you with them?" Good guy, bad guy. And it's a real temptation to think that the good guy's on your side, when, of course, he really isn't. Then he would go ahead and close on what you salespeople will recognize as a minor point. "All we really need to know," he says, "is where did you buy the gun?" And what they really want to know is where did you hide the body, but starting out with a minor point and then working up from it works very well, doesn't it? It's the automobile salesperson that says to you, if you did invest in this automobile, would you get the blue or the gray? Would you want the velour or the leather seats? Little decisions lead up to big ones. It's the real estate salesperson who says, if you did invest in this home, where would you put the furniture in the living room? Or which of these bedrooms would be the nursery for your new baby? Little decisions build up to big decisions. Good guy, bad guy is worked on you an awful lot more than you might believe. Look out for it anytime you're dealing with two people. Salesperson, sales manager, business partners, husband and wife, and chances are you'll see it being used on you in one form or another. For example, you might be negotiating a contract with a couple of people who are in your office. Everything appears to be going along fine. You feel you're going to accomplish all of your objectives in the negotiation, and then one of them starts getting irritated. Finally, he says to his partner, look, I don't think these people are interested in making a serious proposal here. I'm not going to waste any more time on this, and storms out of the room. This shakes you up if you're not used to negotiating. Then the second person sheepishly gets up, closes his briefcase, goes all the way to the door like the J. Douglas Edwards doorknob close. But in the doorway, after you think you've lost it all, he turns around and he says, look, I don't think that kind of thing is fair. I still think we can work this out. If you could just be a little bit more flexible, I'm sure we can still put it together. And if you don't realize what they're doing to you, you'll hear yourself say something like, well, what do you think he'd go along with? And pretty soon you'll have him negotiating for you, and he's not even on your side. Look, true confession time. Haven't we all at one time or another said to a salesperson, what do you think you could get your sales manager to go along with? As if the salesperson is on our side, not on theirs. So look out for it. The counter tactic to good guy, bad guy is first of all to just identify the tactic. It's so well known that people are embarrassed when they get caught doing it. Oh, you say, smiling, come on. You guys are not going to play good guy, bad guy with me, are you? Come on, sit down. Let's work this thing out. And their embarrassment will cause them to retreat from the position. The second thing you could do is to go over their heads to a possible supervisor. For example, if you're dealing with a real estate salesperson, you may call their broker and say, look, your salespeople were playing good guy, bad guy with me. You don't approve of that kind of thing, do you? And the third thing you can do to counter good guy, bad guy is to say to the good guy, look, I understand what you two are doing to me, and I want you to know from now on, anything that he says, I'm going to attribute to you also. So now you got two bad guys to deal with, and it diffuses the tactic. This tactic is very, very effective even when everybody knows what's going on. It's what Carter and Reagan got the hostages out of Iran with, wasn't it? You remember that? Carter lost the election. He was very anxious to do something about the Iranian hostage situation before he left the White House, and he started playing good guy, bad guy with the Ayatollah. He started saying to him, look, if I were you, I'd settle this thing with me. Don't take a chance on this new team coming into office in January. My goodness, have you taken a look at these guys? The president's a former macho cowboy actor. Vice president is head of the CIA. Secretary of State is Alexander Haig. These guys are crazier than Arabs. There's no telling what they might do. And Reagan, playing along with it, said, hey, if I were you, I'd settle with Carter. He's a nice guy. You are definitely not going to like what I'll have to say about it when I get into the White House. And sure enough, we saw the hostages being released on the morning of Reagan's inauguration, a clear indication that these tactics work even when the other people know what you're doing. In actual fact, when you're negotiating with a good negotiator who understands all of these gambits, it becomes more fun. It's like playing chess with a person of equal skills rather than someone that you can easily outsmart. Good guy, bad guy. Very, very effective. Now, why should you never jump at a first offer? We talked about this initially in session 1, didn't we? Anytime you say yes to the first offer, people automatically think, well, I could have done better. The second thought they have is, well, something must be wrong here. So you never ever jump at the first offer. And the third reaction would be, here's an opportunity to nibble, to get a little bit extra that I didn't expect to ask for if they're so anxious to accept this particular offer. So you never say yes to the first offer. You see, before I understood this, I thought I was a pretty good negotiator. Because I always came away from the negotiations, even if I didn't get everything that I hoped to get, I still came away from it feeling that I'd done a pretty good job as a negotiator. When I understood things like this, I realized that I'd just been dealing with people who were better negotiators than me, who knew how to set it up to make me feel that I had won in the negotiations. Let me tell you a story that happened to me that clearly illustrates, even in the most extreme of circumstances, why you should never say yes too quickly. As president of the real estate company, I was approached by an owner of a magazine who wanted to sell me a half-page of advertising, for which he asked $2,000. Now, I thought that was a pretty good price. It was a well-distributed magazine, it was in our field, it was exactly what we needed, and I thought $2,000 was quite reasonable. However, I wanted to practice my negotiating, so I used several of these tactics on him and finally got him down to the unbelievable price of $800. Couldn't believe that I had got him down to less than half the price that seemed fair to me. So the more I thought how much I'd got him down, the more I thought, well, if I got him down this far, I wonder how low I can get him. So I used higher authority on him. I said, well, 800 seems fair to me. I do just have to run it by my board of directors. I'll get back to you in a couple of days with the final okay. A couple of days later, I called him up, and I said, look, I'm really embarrassed about this. I took it to the board of directors. I felt sure that I could sell it to them, but they just won't go along with it. They did come back with a counterproposal, but the counterproposal is so low, I'm embarrassed to even tell you about it. He said, well, what did they suggest? I said, well, they did authorize me to go ahead at $500. I'll take it, he said right away. And I felt cheated. I felt, even though I had got him down from $2,000 to $500 just because of the way he quickly said yes to the proposal, I felt that I could have done better than that. I'm frequently asked at seminars that I conduct, wouldn't you be embarrassed if one day somebody was in the audience that was involved in a story of one of these tactics that you tell? And you know, that actually did happen to me. I was speaking to the annual convention of the California Association of Realtors, over 2,000 people meeting in San Diego, California. And I told this story of the magazine salesperson. And after I got through talking, I saw this person coming up from the back of the room, and it was this magazine salesperson. And I thought, oh, am I in for a blistering now? But you know, he came out to me and he shook my hand. He said, I want to thank you so much for telling me about that. I had no idea. Just think of the business I must have lost over the years because I didn't realize that I was doing that. So never ever jump at the first offer. Always go through the process of negotiating to make the other person feel that they won in the negotiations. And you know, I thought this was a 100% rule until I heard about a student of mine in Southern California by the name of Tim Rush. Tim Rush manages a Coldwell Banker real estate office in Southern California. He called me and he said, Roger, I was driving down Hollywood Boulevard the other night listening to your cassette tapes in my car. Hollywood Boulevard is a very rough area of Los Angeles. I stopped at a gas station to use the restroom, he said, and as I came back out to my car, somebody stuck a gun in my ribs and said, okay, buddy, give me your wallet. Well, I had just been listening to your cassette tapes, so I said, look, here's what I'm prepared to do. I'll give you the cash, but let me keep the wallet and the credit cards. Fair enough? The guy said, buddy, you didn't listen to me, did you? Give me the wallet. Yes, sir. So there are some times when you don't negotiate, but it's almost a 100% rule. Go through the process of negotiating, however good the first offer is. This is the feel, felt, found formula. Whatever people say to you in response to your proposal, don't argue with them. Always agree with them. You see, arguing always forces people to defend their position. Agreeing with them diffuses the competitive spirit. Now, let's say that you walk onto a car lot and you're interested in a Mercedes automobile. You tell the salesperson the model you'd like, and he walks you over to a car, and you say, this is a diesel, isn't it? I don't want a diesel. I've heard about all the problems that they have with diesels. He would not argue with you. He would not say, well, obviously you don't know very much about automobiles, because if you did, you would know that diesels do this and this and this and this, and it's clearly the best thing for you to do. Don't argue with people. A lot of us, without thinking, do that. When people object to an initial proposal, we try and argue them or persuade them out of it, and that's not the thing to do. The thing to do is to agree, and then gradually turn it around with the feel, felt, found formula. The salesperson would say, hey, I understand exactly how you feel about diesels. You do? Oh, sure. Just about everybody I've ever met has felt exactly the same way as you do right now about diesels. That's feel and felt. Now let's see how the found comes in. However, he said, when we've taken a closer look at it and really examined the needs of the buyer, we have always found that it really is the best way to go. Feel, felt, found. Agree with people and then gradually turn them around. It's kind of like Sir Winston Churchill from my old country. He was a grand old man. He had one big weakness. He loved to drink. And his biggest antagonist was Lady Astor, who was in favor of prohibition in England. One day Lady Astor came up to him and said, "Winston, you are disgusting. You are drunk." Now, he was a good enough negotiator not to argue with that. He agreed, and then he turned it around. He said, "Lady Astor, you're absolutely right. I am drunk, but you're ugly. And in the morning, I shall be sober." Isn't that terrible? But he knew the value of agreeing and then turning it around. It's the feel, felt, found formula. When you're negotiating with people, it's important to understand that dumb is smart and smart is dumb. You're better off not to act too sophisticated when you're dealing with people, because sophistication breeds competition. If you act a little bit dumb with people, they want to help you. You remember the old Columbo television series, The Detective in the Raincoat? How smart he was to act dumb. He did it so effectively that he even had the murderers trying to help him solve the cases. Now, you don't have to act that dumb, but there are ways that you can communicate that you're not a competitive threat to the people that you're dealing with. They might say to you, "There are some ambiguities in this contract, don't you think?" And you say, "Ambiguities? Now, wait a minute. I've heard that word before, but I'm not quite sure what it means. Would you explain it to me?" They think, "Oh, boy, what a klutz we've got here." Or you say, "Look, fellas, would you go over these figures for me one time? I know you've done it a couple of times already. I must be dumb. I'm not getting it. Would you show me how that works one more time?" And instead of wanting to compete with you, they want to help you. And the worst thing you could do is say, "Well, I've been studying Roger Dawson's home study course on negotiating. I know all there is to know about negotiating." Immediately they would think, "So you think you're a good negotiator, huh? Well, just watch me, and you've got a lot of competition that you don't have to have." It's a rule in dealing with people that the value of services always appears to diminish rapidly after those services have been performed. This is called the call girl principle. It tells you that when you're negotiating, anytime you make a concession in the negotiations, ask for a reciprocal trade-off right away. The favor that you did somebody now loses value very, very quickly. 2 hours from now, the value of services has diminished rapidly. Real estate salespeople are very familiar with the call-girl principle, because when a seller of a property has a problem with it, and the real estate salesperson offers to solve that problem for 6%, it doesn't sound like an awful lot of money. The minute they have performed the service by finding the buyer, then all of a sudden that 6% starts to sound like a tremendous amount of money. 6%, the seller is saying. For what? What did they do? All they did was put it in the multiple listing service. They did an awful lot more than that, but remember the principle. The value of services always appears to diminish rapidly after those services have been performed. For the same reason, if you work on a consulting basis, you always negotiate your fee up front, not afterwards. Plumbers know this, don't they? They know that the time to negotiate with you is before they do the work, not after. We had a plumber out to the house. He said, "Mr. Dawson, I know what the problem is. I can fix it for you. It'll cost you $50. I said, "Fine, go ahead." You know how long it took him to do the work? 5 minutes. I said, "Now, wait a minute. You're going to charge me $50 for 5 minutes work? I'm a nationally known speaker, and I don't make that kind of money." And he said, "Well, I didn't make that kind of money either when I was a nationally known speaker." If there's one thing that I can impress upon you that would make you a 10 times better negotiator, it's this. Learn to develop walk-away power. Be prepared to walk away from the negotiations. There's a mental point that you pass when you're no longer prepared to walk away. There's a point you reach in the negotiations when you start thinking, "Well, I'm going to get this. I'm going to get the best price and the best terms I possibly can, but I'm going to nail this one down." And the minute you pass over this point, whether you're a salesperson trying to get a new contract for your company, or whether you are an investor trying to acquire something, or whether you're an employer trying to negotiate a conflict with an employee who wants to leave, the minute you pass the point when you say, "I'm not prepared to walk away from this," you lose in the negotiations. So be sure you don't pass that point. There's no such thing as a contract you have to have at any price. There's no such thing as an investment acquisition that you can't live without. There's no such thing as an employee that you can't live without either. And the minute you pass the point when you think there is, you've lost in the negotiations. At seminars, when somebody comes up to me and says, look, I made a mistake in negotiations, this is what happened and this is what happened, this is always a part of their problem, that they passed the point when they were prepared to walk away. Somewhere down the line, in relating the story to me, they'll say to me, I made up my mind that I was going to get it. And that's the turning point in the negotiations when they lost. Always be prepared to walk away. Let me tell you about an instance that occurred to me that may be helpful to anybody who's in business or any salesperson. I owned a couple of condominiums in Long Beach, California. That's about 50 miles from where I live. I wasn't that familiar with the marketplace, and I was having trouble finding a good real estate agent to handle it for me. Finally, I heard about someone who seemed to be very aggressive in the way he went about business, and he seemed to be the kind of person that I would want to have representing me in the sale of this property. I called him up. I said, I've got a couple of condominiums very close to your real estate office. I'd like you to list them for me. And his response was, I might be prepared to represent you. When can you come to my office so that we can talk about it? I liked that. He clearly was quite familiar with negotiating. Number one, he was prepared to walk away from the listings. He didn't take the typical real estate attitude of, boy, for 2 listings, I'll drop everything and come to you right now. He said, I might be prepared to represent you. Secondly, he knew that you should always negotiate in your own territory. He was a lot better off if he could talk me into coming to his office than if he came to my home to discuss it. So I made an appointment for 3 or 4 days later, and I went to his office and I met with him. And in the meanwhile, he had spec'd out the properties. He'd prepared a couple of folders of information with the suggested selling prices. And these prices were way below what I hoped the property was going to fetch. But by this point, I developed a lot of confidence in him. And I thought, well, he does know a lot more about the territory than I do, and either I trust him or I don't. I'll go along with his proposed listing prices. And then he said to me, well, Mr. Dawson, you do understand that I won't work with anything less than a 9-month listing, don't you? And I said, now, wait a minute. 9 months when we've never worked together before? I don't think I'm prepared to take my property off the market for 9 months. And what he did was terribly bright. He stood up. He closed the folders that he'd been consulting. He reached across the desk with his hand extended, and he said, well, Mr. Dawson, I guess we won't be doing business together after all. He was prepared to walk away from the listings if he couldn't get what he wanted. Now, what position did that put me in? Now I was in the position of having to negotiate with him to get him to accept the listings. Of course, he didn't know who he was dealing with. If he'd have known that I was one of the country's best-known negotiators, he would have known better than to try that on me, because I was able to get him all the way down to 6 months on those listings, which is what he wanted in the first place, of course, and I admired that. We'll teach you in a minute how you always ask for more than you expect to get, so you set up a climate where the other person can win in the negotiations. But the key issue here is communicate to the other side that you are prepared to walk away. And what will typically happen for you is what happens when you're down in the stores in Mexico. When you're prepared to walk out of the store, they come racing back out after you. In our next session together, we'll continue with some more fascinating negotiating gambits.
This is the end of Side 4. Please fast forward the tape to the end to cue up Side 3 for your next listening.
This is the principle of flinching. Flinching says that you should visually react any time a proposal is made to you. Let's say that you're at a resort area and here's one of these charcoal sketch artists doing the sketch. Doesn't have the price posted, and you say to him, how much is the sketch? He says $15. If you don't react, his next words will be, and $5 extra for color. If you still don't react, he'll say, we have these shipping cartons, you'll need one of those too. As opposed to, with a flinch, how much is the sketch? $15. $15, you say. That's a lot of money. He says, well, look, I'll tell you what I'll do. I normally charge $5 extra for the color, but for you, I'll throw it in at no extra charge. That's still a lot of money, you say. He says, well, come here. I have never, ever done this before, but you're such a nice person, I'll not only throw in the color, but I'll give you one of these shipping cartons. And you see the difference? See, people are watching for your response. Do you have a spouse whose last thing in the world they would ever do is flinch because anything that theatrical is beneath their dignity? My wife is like that. We'll walk into a store and she'll say to the clerk, how much is the coat? $2,000. That's not bad, she says. I'm having a heart attack in the background. The thing is that people are watching for your reaction. Now, you don't have to be as theatrical as I might be, but remember that. Anytime a proposal is made to you, people are watching for your reaction, so don't disappoint them. You'll be amazed at what might happen. Students from all over the country will write me on this one or call me and say, when I first heard that, I thought, how ridiculous. I'm not going to make a fool of myself doing that. But I flinched on this seller. They immediately came down $2,000. And one fellow wrote and said, I was buying a Corvette automobile, and I thought I'd worked out a super deal when I remembered to flinch, and he immediately threw in a whole bunch of extras that I thought I was going to have to pay extra for. So try it and see what happens. A speaker friend of mine who was charging $1,500 for his talks was talking to a company. They had not yet got to the point of price when the training director said, well, we might be interested in having you come in, but we couldn't pay you any more than $1,500. He was about to say, well, that's the price I charge anyway, when he thought, well, let's try flinching. So he said, $1,500? I couldn't do it for that. And right away, the training director came back and said, well, our absolute maximum would be $2,500. $1,000 in 15 seconds. For this, I'm prepared to look a little bit stupid. So get in the practice of visually reacting anytime you hear the price of something. Here's the trade-off principle. The trade-off principle says that anytime you're asked for a concession in the negotiations, automatically ask for something in return. Now, we told you earlier, always be sure that you ask for the concession right away because of the call-go principle, the value of service is diminishing rapidly. But the thing is here, ask for something in return right away. Let's say that you are a manufacturer and you're acquiring a product from a sub-manufacturer. And they call you up and say, look, we've got a little bit behind on our schedule here. We had promised you a delivery for October the 1st, but it's going to be 2 weeks late. We won't be able to get it to you until October the 15th. Now, it may be that in this particular situation, you know that you're not going to need that until November the 1st. In actual fact, it's to your advantage not to get it until the 15th of the month because that's 2 weeks of warehouse space, 2 weeks of carrying costs that you can avoid. But even though your initial inclination is to say, sure, that's fine, I still want you to use the trade-off. I want you to say, well, quite frankly, I don't know whether we can go along with October the 15th or not. I'll have to check with the committee and see what they say about it. But let me ask you this. If we can do that for you, what can you do for us? Now, one of three things is going to happen here. Number one, you may just get something. They may just have been thinking, boy, have we got a problem here, and what can we give them as an incentive to get them to go along with this extension? So they may just concede something to you. Secondly, you've elevated the value of the concession. When you're negotiating, never ever give anything away. Always make a big deal out of it. You may need that later on. Later on, you may need to be able to go to them and say, look, do you remember last October when you couldn't deliver on time? You know how hard I had to talk to the committee to get them to go along with that extension? Now, look, we did that for you. I want you to do this for us. And the third thing that happens is it stops the grinding away process. If they know that every time they ask you for something, you're going to ask for something in return, then it stops them constantly coming back for more. This is the vice technique. This is the way of squeezing people with a very simple little expression. You'll be amazed at what the vice will get you. Here's the way it works. A proposal is made to you. You smile sweetly. You say, I'm sorry. You'll have to do better than that. Now, a good negotiator will automatically respond with the countertactic, which is exactly how much better than that do I have to do, trying to pin you down to a specific. But you'll be amazed how often inexperienced negotiators will concede a big chunk of their negotiating range simply because you said that. There's a story about Henry Kissinger when he was Secretary of State during the Nixon years. He had an Undersecretary of State prepare a very extensive paper on Vietnam. It was a very professional affair, leather-bound, gold-engraved, and he sent it in to Kissinger. It came back a couple of days later with a note attached that said, "You'll have to do better than this, HK." Well, he worked on it, and he worked on it. He added more charts and graphs. He sent it back in again, and it came back again with another note on it. "I'm sorry, you'll have to do better than this, HK." So he really poured the midnight oil on this thing. The report got thicker and thicker, more comprehensive. He got it to where he felt that he couldn't do anything more. He didn't want to take a chance on just sending it into Kissinger this time, so he made an appointment through Kissinger's appointment secretary to meet with the great man. He took it in and he said, "Mr. Kissinger, you've sent this back to me twice already. Please don't send it back again. It's not going to get any better than this. This is the very best that I can do." Kissinger reached across the desk and took it from him, and he said, "Well, in that case then, I'll read it." It's the same technique that school teachers will use when they don't have time to grade papers. They'll send them back to the kids with a note attached that says, "You'll have to do better than that." The interesting thing is they always come back better. There's always room for improvement from the other side. So try that simple expression, "You'll have to do better than that." Don't forget the counter to it. Exactly how much better than that do I have to do? The power of the printed word. Remember when I told you that my daughter came to me for the $1,200 recommended spending money for Europe? She showed me in writing that that was the amount that they were recommending. What chance would she have had of getting the full $1,200 if she'd have just told me about it? You see, people believe what they see in writing that they won't believe when they just hear about it. The Candid Camera people did a stunt to prove that a number of years back. You may remember seeing it on television. They posted a sign on a freeway back east that said, "Delaware closed." Alan Funt stood by the sign in a rented trooper's uniform. He wasn't allowed to speak to the people as they came up, only point up at the sign. And it was amazing what was happening. People were coming to a screeching halt and saying things like, "How long is it going to be closed for? My wife and kids are inside." People believe what they see in writing. This is how hotels are able to get people to check out of their rooms on time. Holiday Inns used to have a terrible time getting people to check out of their room at 12 o'clock until they learned the art of the printed word and posted those little signs on the back of the door. Now, 97% of the people check out of their rooms on time without any question at all because the written word is believable. I remember doing a seminar over in Palm Springs one time, and I went there early to play golf on one of those great golf courses. And I was standing on one of the tees about ready to tee off when I saw a little boy standing there, couldn't have been more than 5 or 6 years old, with an egg carton in his hands. Now, those of you who play golf know what that means. He's collected lost balls around the golf course, and now he's going to resell them to the golfers. Well, I thought to myself, and Lord, please forgive me for this awful thought, but I thought, well, I'm going to negotiate the living devil out of this kid on the price of his golf balls, and it'll make a good story to tell at my seminar tomorrow. So I beckoned him over, and without a word, he stood there, and he silently opened the lid of the golf carton, and neatly penciled inside, it must have taken him hours to do it, he'd done it so well, were his prices. Golf balls, $1 each, 4 for $3, 6 for $5, and so on. It devastated me. I bought $5 worth of golf balls, which I need like a hole in the head because we live next to a golf course, and our orchard fills up with golf balls all the time. There's an interesting postscript to that story. He was a very sedate young businessman. I felt sure that he'd be just thrilled to death to make a $5 sale, which of course would be $5 profit for him too, since he had no cost in the balls. But he didn't appear to show any emotion at all. He thanked me, walked slowly off to the corner walkway where he would turn to go back to his home, and let out a big yippee and went racing off to tell his parents what he'd done. Not often you get a chance to make anybody happy for $5 anymore. So every chance you get, put things in writing. If you supervise salespeople, for example, and you have to put a price change into effect, be sure that they have it in writing, because there's a world of difference between them sitting with a potential client and saying, "Look, we're having a price increase at the start of next month, you should order now," and then saying, "Look at this letter I just got from my boss. Indicates that, look, we're having a price increase on July the 1st. Always show it to people in writing every chance you get. This is the principle of the withdrawn offer. It's very, very effective for drawing the negotiations to a conclusion. And you use it when you get in that situation where you just feel that the people are arm wrestling with you. You know that they want to do business with you, but you just know that at this point in time, they're negotiating for better price and terms. First of all, you have to understand that you may have made the mistake of setting up a pattern in the way that you have negotiated. If, for example, you had $1,000 in your proposal price as flexibility, your negotiating range was that you could give away up to $1,000. The way in which you gave that away is very, very critical. Now, we all have a tendency to want to give the smallest concession we possibly can first and see what happens. So you might initially say, well, I might be able to squeeze another $100 out of the proposal, but that's about our limit. If they turn that back, you might go away and you come back a bit later and you've taken another $200. You've still got $700 left in your negotiating range. Then you go to $300, and then gradually you've got $400 left now, and you get in the whole thing. You see what you've done there? You started with a small concession, and you built up to a larger concession. You'll never bring the negotiations to a conclusion doing that, because every time they ask you for a concession, it just gets better and better. The best way to do it is offer a reasonable concession up front that might just cinch the deal. Maybe a $500 concession wouldn't be out of line, half your negotiating range. And be sure that if you have to make any future concessions, they're smaller and smaller. Your next concession might be $200, and then $100, and then $50. So you convince them by the way that you lower your negotiating range and the size of the concessions that you're making that they have pushed you about as far as they possibly can. But good negotiators know how to do even better than that. Good negotiators know how to take away a concession that has already been granted. Let's say, for example, that the widget salesman comes in to see the widget buyer at a factory, and the salesperson wants $1 for his widgets. The buyer offers 90 cents. They negotiate back and forth, and finally they arrive at 95 cents. And what's going through the buyer's mind is, boy, I got him down from $1 to 95 cents. I bet I can squeeze another penny out of him. I bet I can get him to go at 94 cents. So he said, look, business is really tough right now. I just can't do business with you on widgets unless you can bring it in at 94 cents. Now, that may be within the salesperson's range, but here's the effective thing to do to stop this grinding away process. He says, well, I'm not sure if we can do that or not. Tell you what, if I can possibly get it for you, I will. That's good guy, bad guy. Let me go back, we'll refigure it. If I can possibly do it for you, we will. I'll get back to you tomorrow. The next day he comes back and he's going to withdraw a concession. He says, look, I'm really embarrassed about this. We've been up all night refiguring the price of widgets. Somebody somewhere down the line has made a mistake. We were talking 95 cents yesterday. I know we were, but we can't even sell it to you for that. 96 cents would be the lowest price that we could possibly offer you on widgets. Now, what's the buyer's reaction? He's going to say, hey, wait a minute, buddy. We were talking 95 cents yesterday, and 95 cents is what I want. And immediately 94 cents is forgotten. It's called withdrawing an offer to bring the negotiations to a conclusion. Let me give you another example on this because it's very illustrative of the pattern of negotiations. Let's say that a group of friends have gone together and they have bought a home up in the mountains to use for a vacation home. There's a whole group of them. They've all gone in together on the cost of it and the expenses, and they're sharing the use of it. Now, one of the partners drops out of the syndication, and your neighbor comes to you and tells you about the cabin in the mountains. Now, your initial reaction to this is, boy, is that fantastic. Would I love to do something like that? However, you are smart enough to play the reluctant buyer role, which we'll cover in detail in our next session together. You say, gee, I appreciate you telling me about that, but I just don't think I'd be in a position to be interested in that right now. I'm so busy, I don't think we'd ever have time to get up there anymore. But look, just to be fair to you, what is the very lowest price that you would sell a share in the home for? Well, he's been studying negotiating too, and he's learned that you never want to be the first one to name a price. So he says, well, quite frankly, we have a committee that decides that, higher authority, and I don't know what that price might be. I can take him a proposal, but I don't know what the suggestion would be. Well, you press him a little bit more for a price, and finally he says, well, I'm pretty sure that they're going to be asking $10,000. This is a lot less than you expected. You were willing to go to 15. and your initial reaction is to jump for it right away, but you're smart enough to remember to flinch. $10,000, you say. Oh, no, I could never go along with anything like that. That's way too much. Tell you what, I might be interested at $8,000. If they're interested at $8,000, let me know and we'll talk about it. Well, the next day he comes back and he's decided to draw you into line by withdrawing the offer. He says, am I embarrassed about this? I know that we were talking $10,000 yesterday, but the committee last night decided that they wouldn't sell a share for less than $12,000. This is psychologically devastating to you. Number one, because you feel you created the problem. You say, boy, I wish I had never studied that negotiating course, because if I hadn't, I would have nailed him down at $10,000 yesterday. And secondly, you've made the mistake of passing the point where you're prepared to walk away. You've probably told your family all about it. They're all excited about the cabin up in the mountains because they know that $10,000 is within your negotiating range. So you've made the fatal mistake. You're not prepared to walk away. You say, Joe, what are you talking about? You said $10,000 yesterday, $12,000 a day. Is it going to be $14,000 tomorrow? What's going on here? He says, well, I do feel badly, but that's what they, higher authority, decided. You say, Joe, come on. He says, well, I do feel badly about this. Tell you what, let me go back to them one more time. Let me see what I can do for you with them. That's good guy, bad guy, isn't it? If I can get it for you for the $10,000, are you interested? You say, of course I'm interested. I want it. And he's got you at full price, and you may not have realized what he's done to you until it's too late. Haven't we all, at one time or another, had an appliance salesperson or an automobile salesperson when we were trying to get a little extra concession from them and say, well, let me go to my sales manager and I'll see what I can do for you with him. And he comes back and he says, am I embarrassed about this? You know that advertised special we were talking about? I thought that ad was still in effect, but it went off last Saturday. I can't even sell it to you at the price we were talking about. And immediately you forget about future concessions and want to jump on the bandwagon at the price you'd been talking about. Very effective. Here's the art of positioning people for easy acceptance. Very, very important, particularly if you're dealing with someone who's done some studying of negotiating. Very important that you set them up to make them feel good about giving in to you. Because sometimes someone who's done some studying of negotiating doesn't want to concede to you, even when it's a win-win solution, because they don't want to feel they lost. So you set them up to make them feel good about giving in to you. You say, Harry, look, I realize you're not getting the best deal in the world here, but look, Harry, I'm backed into a corner on this one. With my partners, I can't move. Do me a favor, Harry, give in to me on this one. I'll make it up to you down life's road. Now, Harry knows that you don't owe him anything. It's just that you've been courteous enough to position him so that he doesn't feel badly about giving in to you. This can also be done with nominal concessions. You say, Harry, look, we're $2,000 apart on this thing. I can't budge an inch with my partners. Look, Harry, here's what I'm prepared to do for you. If you'll come down the $2,000, I'm prepared to guarantee you that the payments are always going to be in 5 days ahead of the due date. Now, that's a nonsense concession. Harry knows those payments are not always going to be in on time, but you've just set it up so that he can feel good about giving in to you. Now, never ever gloat, never ever when you get through negotiating, say, Harry, you know, if you'd have hung in there a little bit longer, I was prepared to do this and this and this for you. Because Harry's going to say unkind things about your mommy when you do that. Always when you get through negotiating, congratulate. However poorly you think the other person may have done in the negotiations, congratulate. You say, boy, did you do a fantastic job negotiating that. I realize that I didn't get as good a deal as I could have done, but quite frankly, it was worth it because I learned so much. You were brilliant. You want the other person to feel that they won in the negotiations. Have you ever watched attorneys down at the courthouse? They'll cut each other to ribbons inside the courtroom, but outside you'll see the district attorney go up to the defense attorney and say, boy, were you brilliant in there. You really were. True, your guy got 30 years, but I don't think anybody could have done a better job than you did. Because attorneys don't need any more trouble than they've already got, do they? There's a basic principle in negotiating that you should always try to be the one that writes the contract. When the verbal negotiations are over, it's time for someone to put this in writing. And the person who gets to put it in writing has definite power in the negotiations, because there's bound to be half a dozen little details that you didn't think of when you were verbally negotiating that need to be specified in the written contract. If you're the one that gets to write the contract, you can write those to your favor, and then it's up to the other person to negotiate them out, to do the work of changing it if necessary. So try to be the one that writes the contract. I'll say to the other people, look, we need to put this down in writing, but let's not go to a lot of expense on this. I have an attorney on retainer. It won't cost either one of us anything for me to have my attorney do it. Even if I had to pay the attorney to do it, I still think I'd be better off to be the one that is writing the contract. A fait accompli, which is a French expression which basically means it is done, works like this. You've been negotiating a proposal by mail, possibly. A fait accompli is to send the person a completed proposal with the assumption that they're going to accept it exactly the way it's written. So you mail them the signed contract with the changes made that you want to your benefit. You include the deposit check, and they receive it, and now they've got a decision to make. They can either take the easy route and just accept it exactly the way it's written, although it may be a little less than they wanted to get, or they can now come back, open up the negotiations again, stand a chance of the whole thing breaking down, and go through the time and effort of renegotiating with you. So sometimes a fait accompli, particularly if you're dealing with a relatively small issue, a concession of, say, 5% or less, fait accompli is very effective. Send in the contract, deposit check enclosed with the changes, then they have to make that decision. Funny money. Very critical to good negotiating. Good negotiators learn to understand funny money. There are all kinds of ways of describing the price of something. If you went to the Boeing Aircraft Company and said, what does it cost to fly a 747 coast to coast, they would not tell you $52,000. They would tell you 11 cents per passenger mile. Salespeople call that breaking it down to the ridiculous. Haven't we all had a salesperson say to us at one time or another, look, do you realize you're talking 35 cents a day here? You're not going to let 35 cents a day stand between you and your dream home, are you? Well, good negotiators think in real money terms. We're talking about a real estate acquisition here, and 35 cents a day on a 30-year contract is over $7,000. So when you're negotiating, learn to think in real money terms. Don't let people use funny money on you. In our next session together, we'll talk about the decoy and the red herring and the reluctant buyer technique.
This is the end of Side 5. Side 6 is already queued up for your listening.
The technique of the decoy is used in negotiations to take the other person's attention away from what is the real issue. This is the person who offers to place a large contract with a manufacturer, providing they can deliver in a 90-day period. The manufacturer is very anxious to get the account. However, both sides know that there's no way they can deliver in a 60-day period. So finally, the buyer makes the concession, well, this one time we'll be willing to go along with a 90-day concession, but if we do that for you, the trade-off technique, if we do that for you, we want you to give us a 5% discount. In actual fact, the 5% was the real issue all along. The delivery date was just a decoy designed to take the other person's mind off the real issue. You'll recall in the example of negotiating the hotel room in Atlanta, the decoy used there was the fact that they had twin-size rooms, not a king-size bed available. That wasn't the real issue at all, of course. What I wanted to accomplish was a reduction in the price of the room, but that took their attention away from the real thing. Now, a refinement of the decoy technique is the red herring. This is a decoy, an issue created in the negotiations, that will subsequently be used to trade off for a real issue. And the most famous example of the red herring technique being used was during the Korean War armistice talks. Senator Henry Jackson of Washington wrote an excellent book on these negotiations. They're very interesting to study, to see in retrospect the mistakes that were made. During the ceasefire period, it was agreed that neither side would rebuild the airstrips that were being used. It very quickly became apparent to the North Koreans that they had made a mistake, because we were still able to fly planes in from aircraft carriers, but they desperately needed to get the airstrips on the north side of the demilitarization zone rebuilt. So here's the technique that they used, the red herring that they pulled on us, to get that provision stricken from the agreement that we had made. They had previously agreed with us that on each side of the negotiating team there would be 3 neutral countries represented at the talks. We had selected Norway, Sweden, Switzerland. They had selected Poland, Czechoslovakia, but had deferred on the choice of the 3rd country. Later on, we found out why they'd held off on making this decision. Because when the airstrip issue came up, they said, well, we've now decided on our 3rd neutral country. We have decided on Russia. We said, what do you mean, Russia? Russia's not neutral. That's the major communist power in the world. And they said, well, yes, but they're not directly involved in this conflict, so as far as we're concerned, we're neutral. They went through the same technique that your children might use on you. They wore us down by constant repetition of the question about the objection. Why would you object to Russia, they would say, and we would restate our position. But we don't understand. Why would that be a problem, they would say. Isn't this a lot like your son saying to you, Dad, why don't you want me borrowing the car tonight? Well, you borrowed the car last night. What's that got to do with this night? Well, I don't want you out all the time in the car. And finally, they wear you down by just constant repeating of the question. So finally, they said, well, we don't really understand why you won't let us have Russia on our team of negotiators, but I tell you what, here's what we're prepared to do. We'll forget about putting Russia on the negotiating team if you'll forget about this dumb provision about not rebuilding the airstrips. And we ended up trading off a real issue, the airstrips, for a contrived issue, which was the point of view of putting Russia on the negotiating team, which they never expected to accomplish in the first place. So look out for this. The red herring is a decoy created to trade off for a real issue in the negotiations. I used to work for a man who was always using the decoy tactic on me. He would call me into his office and he'd just read the riot act on a particular issue. After I got to know him a little better, I knew that this was not the real issue that he had called me in for. The real issue was something to come down the line after he'd softened me up with the decoy issue. So be careful that you're negotiating the real issues in the negotiation, not decoys or red herrings. The puppy tug technique is a very interesting technique that you'll find used in negotiations, and salespeople call it the puppy dog close. It comes from the pet store owner who has a little boy who is not sure about buying the puppy. And he says to the little boy, well, why don't you take the puppy home over the weekend? If you don't like it, on Monday you can bring it back. Well, of course, over the weekend, the little boy falls in love with the puppy, and he's not about to bring it back. In England, as a teenager, I went to work selling televisions in a TV store. And we sold thousands of televisions using the puppy dog close. This was at a time when it was quite a luxury to have a television. This was in the mid-1950s, and a television in England was quite a luxury. If you had one, you were expected to invite your neighbors in to watch it in the evening. So we would say to people, well, fine, why don't you just take the television home with you, and you can use it for a week or so, and then if you don't like it, you can bring it back. Well, of course, having had the television for a week and invited their neighbors over to watch television, they were not about to send it back to the store. What's going on here is one negotiator getting the other person emotionally involved in the decision. And anything you can do that gets people emotionally involved helps you draw the negotiations to a satisfactory conclusion. Real estate salespeople, having shown a home to people, will say to the people as they're leaving, why don't you just wait a minute, I got a Polaroid camera in the car, I'd like to get a picture of you standing on the front doorstep. So they take a picture and they hand it to the people, and what do the people do? They take it to their friends and neighbors and say, look, this is the house that we made an offer on. Now, they're not about to back away from that later on when the negotiations get tough, and it makes it a lot easier for the real estate salesperson to get the concessions that they want in the negotiation. We mentioned briefly earlier the reluctant buyer principle. It would seem fairly obvious that if you approach a seller with enthusiasm, you're not going to get a very good buy. And yet it's amazing how often I see this rule being broken, particularly on car lots. I'll see someone go into a car lot and get so enthusiastic and excited about a particular make and model of car. They may pick out the colors, the upholstery, the options. They may even say to the salesperson, well, my car broke down today. I need something to get to work in tomorrow. And then they expect to negotiate a good price. It simply doesn't work like that. Always play the reluctant buyer role. Whether you're buying something as an investor, or acquiring an automobile, or making a proposal to another company, or somebody's made a proposal to you, always play the reluctant buyer role. Well, quite frankly, I just don't think we'd be interested in this at this point in time. But I do appreciate you coming in and making a proposal to us. And just to be fair to you, what is the very lowest price that you would accept? Now, if you're not aware of what people are doing to you, you tend to give away your entire negotiating range before the negotiations even start. The good negotiators always play the reluctant buyer role. It's an attempt to squeeze down the negotiating range before the real negotiations even start. Conversely, look out for the reluctant seller role. I once knew a man who owned a tremendous amount of real estate. But whenever an agent bought him an offer on one of his properties, it was always his favorite property. Oh, he'd say, I'm kind of embarrassed about you being an offering on that property. I've done so well with that, I was just about to take it off the market. I don't think it would make any sense for me to sell it at this point in time, and I certainly wouldn't be interested in anything less than the full asking price. But just to be fair to you, he would say, since you were nice enough to bring me an offer, what is the very best price that you would give me? Again, we go back to the fundamental understanding of real estate that makes you a good real estate negotiator, and that is that the pressure is always on the other side to compromise just as much as it is on you, and it never appears to be that way. You always think you've got the weaker hand in negotiations. So be aware of reluctant buyer and reluctant seller. Typically, the pressure is on them just as much as it is on you. Here's the want-it-all philosophy, which says that in your initial negotiation, you would always ask for far more than you expect to get. Not only because you may get some things that you otherwise would not achieve in the negotiations, but the real key issue here is that you're setting up a climate where the other person can win in the negotiations. Inexperienced negotiators tend to go in with their very best offer right at the start because they're not confident enough in what they're doing to do anything less than that. Good negotiators know that in order to set things up so the other people can win in the negotiations, then they should always ask for more than they expect to get so that they can let the other person win in the negotiation. You may notice that in the highly published negotiations, like when the football players go on strike or the airline pilots, the initial demands of both sides are absolutely outrageous. I remember being a consultant on a union negotiation once, and I just couldn't believe the initial demands. The initial demand of the union was to triple the wages of the employees. The initial demand of the company was to make it an open shop, in other words, a voluntary union, which would have in effect destroyed the power of the union completely with that company. But the initial demands in these type of negotiations are always way out. Then they work their way in towards the middle, they find a common ground, and then they can both call a press conference and announce that they won in the negotiations. An attorney friend of mine in Amarillo, Texas, once tested this theory for me. He was representing a buyer of a piece of real estate, and they had a fairly good deal worked out, but he thought, well, I'll see how this works. And they dreamt up 23 paragraphs of requests that they would make of the seller. Some of them were absolutely ridiculous. They felt sure that at least half of them would get thrown out right away. What actually happened was the seller of the property took strong objection to one of the sentences in one of the paragraphs, and my attorney friend, as I taught him, didn't give in right away. He held out for a couple of days before he finally reluctantly conceded. And even then, when he only gave away one sentence in 23 paragraphs of requests, the seller felt that they had won in the negotiations. So always leave some room to have the other person win. How should your initial offers be in negotiations? Are you better off to go in with a hard-line, take-it-or-leave-it attitude with your very best offer? Well, my advice is to go in very, very low, but imply flexibility in the offer. Let's say that you are thinking about an automobile that's priced at $10,000. You think that $7,000 would be a fair price for it. I would suggest that rather than go in with a $7,000 offer, take it or leave it, you're better off to go in with a $6,000 offer, but imply flexibility. You see, if you go in with a $7,000 take it or leave it, it may antagonize the people so much that they're not even willing to go to the bargaining table with you. But if you go in with an attitude of, well, I haven't really had a chance to thoroughly check the car out yet, and I know this offer is going to be a lot less than you're hoping for, but based on everything I've seen so far, I really feel that $6,000 is a good offer for the car. Here it's a ridiculously low offer, but because you're implying flexibility, they have a tendency to think, well, it sounds as though we can get him up from that. Why don't we spend some time and see if we can get him up to a reasonable price? And it's a better way to get the negotiations started. Splitting the difference. The rule is never offer to split the difference yourself, but always encourage the other person to split the difference. Now let's say that you have been working on a contract and you have been able to get the sellers of the contract down to $80,000 and you have come up to $76,000 with your offer. Where do you go from there? Here's the way you do it. You say, well, I guess this is just not going to fly. Seems like such a shame, though, when we've spent so much time negotiating this. We'll talk later about how people become more flexible in relationship to the time that they've invested in the negotiations. We've spent so long on this proposal. We've come so far down the road, and it seems like a shame that it's going to fall apart when we're only $4,000 apart. If you keep stressing the time that you've spent on it and the small amount of money that you're apart on the issue, sooner or later, the other people will say, well, look, why don't we split the difference? You, acting a little bit dumb, say, let's split the difference. What would that be? I'm at 76, you're at 80, 79, 78. What you're telling me is you'd come down to 78? Is that what I hear you saying? Well, yes, they say, if you'll come up to 78, we'll just split the difference, we'll settle at that. Well, you say 78 sounds a lot better than 80. Tell you what, let me talk to my partners, or whatever other higher authority you've set up. Let me talk to my partners and see how they feel about it. I'll tell them you came down to 78. We'll see if we can't put it together now. I'll get back to you tomorrow. The next day you get back to them and you say, boy, are they tough to deal with right now. I felt sure that I could get them to go along with 78, but we spent 3 hours last night going over the figures again and again and again. They're absolutely convinced that we can't come out if we go a penny over $76,000. But golly, we're only $2,000 apart on this thing now. Surely we're not going to let it all fall apart when we're only $2,000 apart. And if you keep that up long enough, sooner or later they'll offer to split the difference again. I was once negotiating with a bank that had a blanket encumbrance over several properties that I owned. I had sold one property out from the blanket. They were entitled to a $32,000 pay down of the loan. I offered them 28. I got them to offer to split the difference at 30. Over a period of weeks until this fourplex closed, I was able to get them to offer to split the difference again at 29 and at 28.5, and finally we resolved it at $28,250, simply doing what I'm telling you here. So the rule is never offer to split the difference, but always encourage the other person to split the difference. Have you ever watched tennis on television and seen a highly emotional star like an Elena Stasi or a John McEnroe jumping up and down at the other end of the court? You wonder to yourself, how on earth can anybody play tennis against somebody like that? It's such a game of concentration, it doesn't seem fair. Well, the answer to that is that good tennis players understand that only one thing affects the outcome of the game of tennis, and that's the movement of the ball across the net. What the other player is doing doesn't affect the outcome of the game at all, as long as you know what the ball is doing. So in that way, tennis players learn to concentrate on the ball, not on the other person. Now, when you're negotiating, the ball is the movement of the goal concessions across the negotiating table. It's the only thing that affects the outcome of the game. But it's so easy to get thrown off by what the other people are doing, isn't it? I remember once I was interested in acquiring a large real estate project, but I knew that I had to get the price down way below the $1.8 million that the sellers were asking for the property. It was owned free and clear by a large group of real estate investors. A real estate agent had brought it to my attention, so I felt obligated to let him present the first offer, reserving the right to go back and negotiate directly with the sellers if he wasn't able to get my $1.2 million offer accepted. Well, this was the last thing in the world the agent wanted to do, was to go in at $1.2 million, $600,000 below the asking price. But finally I convinced him to give it a try, and off he went to present the offer. Now you'll notice here that we've talked about the importance of negotiating in your own surroundings. He made a tactical error here. He should not have gone to them. He should have had them come to him. But anyway, he came back a few hours later, and I said, "How did it go?" And he said, "It was awful, just awful. I'm so embarrassed." He said, "I got into this large conference room, and all of the principals had come in for the reading of the offer. They had hired their attorney to come in, their CPA, their real estate broker was there. I got down to the $1.2 million, and they said, 'Wait a minute. You're coming in $600,000 low? We're insulted.' And they all got up and stormed out of the room." I said, "Nothing else happened?" He said, "Well, a couple of the principals stopped in the doorway on the way out, and they said, we're not going to come down to a penny less than $1.5 million. The real estate agent said, "It was just awful. Please don't ever ask me to present an offer that low again." I said, "Wait a minute. You mean to tell me that in 5 minutes you got them to come down $300,000, and you feel badly about the way the negotiations went?" See how easy it is to get thrown off by what the other people are doing rather than the real issues in the negotiation. It's inconceivable that a full-time professional negotiator, say an international negotiator, would walk out of the negotiations because he doesn't think the other people are fair. He may walk out, but it's as a specific negotiating tactic, not because he's upset. Can you imagine the top negotiator showing up in the White House and the president says, "What are you doing here? I thought you were in Geneva negotiating with the Russians." "Well, yes, I was, Mr. President, but those guys are not fair. I just got so upset. I just walked out." Good negotiators don't do that. They concentrate on the issues, not on the personalities. Where are we now compared to where we were an hour ago, or yesterday, or last week? This is why salespeople will have this happen to them. They'll lose an account. They'll take it into their sales manager, and they'll say, "Hey, don't waste time on this. I did everything I could. If anybody could have saved it, I would have saved it. So don't waste any time trying to save it." And the sales manager will say, "Well, just as a public relations gesture, let me give them a call anyway." And the sales manager can hold it together, not necessarily because he's any brighter than the salesperson, because he hasn't become emotionally involved the way the salesperson has become. Don't do that. Concentrate on the issues. Always maintain perspective when you're negotiating. Don't get so carried away with the thought of getting an extra nickel or dime that you lose sight of the real key issues in the negotiation. Always be thinking to yourself when you're negotiating, how will this look a year from now? How does this fit into the scheme of things? See, sometimes people get so enthusiastic about negotiations that they're just negotiating for negotiation's sake. Now, that's fine when you're negotiating with little things just for practice in negotiations. But when you put aside a major deal, when you lose it because you got a little bit too greedy, then that's a big mistake. I remember 20 apartment units that I was interested in acquiring in Los Angeles in 1976. This was just before the market boomed and real estate doubled and tripled in price in Southern California. And they were asking $199,000 for these units, which was, in retrospect, an incredibly good price. I had managed to negotiate it down to an even better price, $177,000, and then I got a little bit greedy. The owner of the building had been living there as the resident manager, and he was going to move back east. And I thought to myself, I bet I can get him to leave the furniture in his apartment behind. That'll make it easier for me to get a resident manager into the building. And it doesn't look like much. It looks like a pile of junk anyway. It's probably costing more to ship it back east than it would just leave it. And you know, I lost the entire building over negotiating over that stupid furniture. I didn't know it was family heirlooms that had been in his family for generations. It looked like junk to me, but he was so enraged about this change in the proposal that I lost the entire building. That building, which I could have bought for $177,000 in 1976, is probably worth around $600,000 now. And every time I drive by it, I think of this rule. Maintain perspective when you're dealing with people. Don't get so carried away with negotiating that you lose sight of the real issues that are important to you. In our next session together, we'll talk about power and how it affects the negotiations, why you sometimes feel intimidated by other people, and what you should do about it.
This is the end of Side 6. Please fast forward the tape to the end to cue up Side 5 for your next listening.
In our next two sessions together, we're going to be talking about the three critical elements in every negotiation. They always play a major role in how the negotiations turn out. And the first one is so important that we're going to devote all of this session to it. And it's the feeling of power. In any negotiation, one person always feels as either the intimidator or the intimidatee. You always feel that you either have control of the other person or they have control of you. I'm going to explain where that feeling comes from and how to deal with it. At a seminar in Iowa recently, a man approached me and he said, "You know, my wife took your course, and I've never seen such a personality change in all my life. She has her own small little business, and the business wasn't doing that well. But when she studied this elements of power and the negotiating tactics that she learned to use, it's amazing to see the difference in her. She has really turned into a tiger in business, and she has really turned that thing around." So I think this will be very beneficial to you. Now, we call these the 8 elements of power, but don't be turned off by the word power, because you've heard that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely and so on. It really isn't power that's corruptible, is it? It is the abuse of power. You wouldn't say that water is bad because occasionally we have floods and people get killed. You wouldn't say that air is bad because we occasionally have hurricanes and things get damaged. So it's not power itself. But when I say power, I'm really talking about the ability to influence other people. This is where that ability comes from. It comes from one or more of these 8 elements. And the first element is legitimate power. Legitimate power goes to anybody who has a title. The President of the United States, when he takes office, gets power right along with the title, doesn't he? Now, what he does with it from that point on makes all the difference in the world. When we saw Jimmy Carter carrying his own luggage into the White House, he was immediately starting to give away all the power that went along with the title. It was a nice gesture. He wanted to be the people's president. He wanted to be plain Jimmy. But unfortunately, he very quickly lost his ability to influence people because of that. President Reagan, just the opposite. President Reagan used everything he could to emphasize the title president. The trips to the West Coast, the helicopter flights to Camp David, the limousines, the banquets, and he got some flack over the money that it cost, but he developed a tremendous ability to influence people because of that. So if you have title power, use it. Don't be bashful about putting your title on your business cards and on your nameplate, because people are definitely influenced by titles. On the other hand, when you're negotiating with other people, don't be influenced by titles. We all tend to be a little more intimidated by someone who's a vice president of a company than we would someone without a title. But you know, some of those titles are quite meaningless. I remember when I first came to this country in 1962 and went to work for the Bank of America, one of the largest banks in the country. I was put on the teller line, which was an amusing employment decision, I felt, because I hadn't at that time even learned the money yet. You know, American money is very confusing to foreigners. You have one of the few coins that don't have the numbers on them. A dime doesn't say 10 and a nickel doesn't say 5, so it was very confusing. But here I was on the teller line when a lady approached me to get a check cashed. I said, "I'm sorry, that check is above the limit that I've been given, and you'll have to take it over to the platform to get it okayed." She said, "Don't you know who I am? My uncle is the vice president of Bank of America." Well, I took the standard Nuremberg defense and explained that I was just doing what I'd been told to do, and off she went in a real huff. I turned to the teller beside me and said, "I think I've just got myself into a lot of trouble. I've just upset the niece of the vice president of Bank of America." He said, "Do you realize how many vice presidents Bank of America has?" And they got out the vice president directory. It was like a telephone book. Just hundreds and hundreds of vice presidents. So titles are sometimes meaningless. Like the two people arguing that General Motors has so many vice presidents, they even have a vice president in charge of headrests. Well, to settle the argument, they finally called General Motors and said to the operator, "May we speak to your vice president in charge of headrests?" And the operator said, "Certainly, sir. Is that passenger side or driver's side?" So don't be influenced by titles, but understand that people are influenced by them. So some of the things you can do to build up your legitimate power is to use your title when you have it. Another thing you can do is to use your initials. For example, describe yourself as J.R. Doe rather than John Doe, because people who don't know you must then call you Mr. Doe rather than calling you by your first name. Always negotiate in your office, in your surroundings. You're always in a power base, surrounded by the trappings of your title. Always use your automobile when you're negotiating with people. Real estate people always do that, don't they? Because in your surroundings, you have a power base. And number 5, it displays power when you have a secretary place and screen your calls. I personally don't like secretaries who place calls for people, but it does influence people in terms of the title. So legitimate power, it goes with the title. The second one is reward power. Anytime you perceive someone as having the ability to reward you, they have power over you. Remember the old Sergeant Bilko television series, the supply sergeant on the Army base? He had more power than the colonel who was really running the base because he had a greater ability to hand out the goodies. I remember doing a seminar for a company where the president had actually yielded control of the company to the service manager. It was a large sales organization. The vast majority of their employees were salespeople. They were selling a product that needed to be installed and also needed repairs. And the service manager was in the greatest position to reward the employees by scheduling their installations when they needed them, by handling their repair calls when they needed them. And the president was at a loss to understand why he didn't have the kind of control in his organization that the service manager did. Some presidents will relinquish unknowingly power to their personnel director because they give the personnel director the right to make promotional moves, give increases in pay, and so on. And this reward power gives the personnel director control. Some people are absolute masters at using reward power. You'll be talking to them and they'll talk about their yacht down at the harbor or their ski cabin up in the mountains. And they don't even have to come out and say that, look, if we did business together, you'd get to use this. But it's kind of an implied reward power. Now, once you recognize this and understand where this is coming from, then their ability to control you with it goes away, and you become a lot more self-confident as a negotiator. The opposite side of that coin, of course, is coercive power. Anytime you perceive someone as having the ability to punish you, they have power over you. You know how awful you feel when the state trooper pulls you over to the side of the road and is standing there and can write you a ticket or not write you a ticket. The penalty may not be very great, but the level of intimidation is very great indeed. So anytime you perceive someone as having the ability to punish you, they have power over you. And one of the greatest punishments we know is the power to intimidate, the power to embarrass people. I remember skiing at Mammoth Mountain in California many years ago with some friends of mine. I was just learning to ski and wasn't particularly good, but they were excellent skiers. There's a run at Mammoth called the cornice. A cornice is the top of a cliff where the snow blows over the edge of the cliff and actually forms an overhang. And they said, "Roger, come on, we're going to take you up to the cornice. You can ski it." And they convinced me that I could. We rode the gondola up to 11,000 feet, and we skied down to the edge of this cliff. And I stood there looking down, about 3,000 feet straight down, skiing first of all through this shoulder-high cornice, this groove that had been cut in the cornice, onto this cliff. One slip on that cliff and you would have gone down on your head. Now, as I saw my options at that particular point in time, there were two. Either I could hike back up to the gondola and ride down, but my friends would ridicule me if I did that, or my second option was to die by taking on that slope. And you know, I chose to die rather than have my friends laugh at me. So this element of the power of punishment is very, very critical. And it's what salespeople have trouble with, the reward and the punishment. When they first start out, they're going out there trying to get deals put together, and they perceive in the people that they're dealing with a tremendous ability to reward by giving them the order, or punish by turning them down, or worse yet, ridiculing them. Now, once they've been at it for a while and they recognize it's a numbers game, just like anything else, if they're at it hard and they're talking to a lot of people, there always will be a high percentage of people who are turning them down, then their perception that people can reward or punish them goes away, and they become a lot more self-confident in what they're doing. The fourth element of power is referent power. It goes to anybody who has a consistent set of values. An obvious example of this would be a religious leader like the Pope or Billy Graham or Robert Schuller. But ordinary people have it too. John F. Kennedy had it. John F. Kennedy at the time was able to project a consistent set of values. When you do that, it's very, very appealing to people. People will follow someone with a consistent set of values. Jimmy Carter did not have it. Jimmy Carter is one of the nicest presidents we've ever had, probably one of the most intelligent presidents we've ever had. You don't get to be a nuclear submarine commander by accident. But he appeared to vacillate on all these different issues. People couldn't perceive the clear-cut set of values that they expect in a leader, and he very quickly lost influence. So the consistent set of values is very, very critical. This is where a lot of President Reagan's power came from. He did not change his stand 1 minute from what he'd been saying since he first ran for governor of California in the early 1960s. In fact, during the 1984 re-election campaign, CNN News Network played clips of his speeches at that campaign right next to clips of his speeches from campaigns made 25 years before, and he hadn't written a new speech in 25 years. Exactly the same thing. When you're consistent, people will follow you. And people perceive that in negotiations. They admire and respect the consistent set of values, and becomes a very influencing factor. So what that means is, play it straight with people. Reputations travel very, very quickly. And when you're negotiating with people and you indicate a willingness to cut corners, or in some way pull some strings that you shouldn't be pulling, you may get a short-term gain in your ability to put that transaction together, but you get a long-term loss in your ability to influence people over a long period of time. So, be straight in your dealings with people. And if you're a manager, learn this rule. People will follow you if you have a consistent set of values, even if they don't particularly agree with the way you're doing things. If you will project to your people that you have a goal, that you have a way of getting there, in other words, this is the way we're going to operate our business, this is the parameters with which we will always operate under, you can count on it. I can leave for a year's vacation and you won't have to call me, because this is the way we're going to conduct our business, and they know you will never deviate from that. They will follow you even if they don't particularly agree with what you're doing. Very critical in negotiations that you be consistent in your dealings with people. Element number 5 in power is charismatic power. Probably the hardest one to analyze and explain, but I'm sure you've had the experience of meeting a movie star or somebody like that that has this overwhelming personality. I was on a flight recently from Los Angeles to Atlanta, and the first-class section was almost empty, and I said to the person next to me, to be honest with you, I was trying to encourage him to move to another seat, but I said, looks like we're going to be almost empty today. And he said, no, first class is going to be full, because I heard them talking Lionel Richie and Lola Falana are going to be on the flight. And just at the last minute, as they got ready to close the doors, this entire entourage of people rushed on board and occupied the full first-class section. It was fascinating to me to watch the reverence with which Lionel Richie was treated. If the president of IBM had been on that plane, hardly anybody would have recognized him. But because of the tremendous personality of the entertainer, they get a tremendous amount of respect and a tremendous amount of following. I remember doing a program once in Philadelphia with Art Linkletter, and we sat and chatted for about half an hour in the speaker's green room. And I swear at the end of that time, if he'd have said to me, Roger, would you go do this? I would have done it just sheerly based on the strength of his personality. Number 6 is expertise power. When you project to people that you have a little more expertise than they do in a particular area, you develop power over them. Attorneys and doctors really play this one up, don't they? They develop a whole new language that you can't understand in order to project to you that they have an expertise in a particular area that you don't have. Now let's take a look at these last three together. Let's take a look at referent power, charismatic power, and expertise power. Very critical to your control of the negotiations. See, if you've projected referent power to where they trust you, and charismatic power to where they like you, and expertise power to where they think you know more about it than they do, you're very close to control of the negotiations. You're very close to the point where they'll defer the decision to you. They'll say, well, what do you think we should do? And you have control in the negotiations. Situation power. This is one that we're all familiar with. This is the person down at the post office, normally very powerless in any other area of their life, but in this particular situation, they can accept or reject your package, and they have power over you, and don't they love to use it? Very, very prevalent in large organizations or government agencies where the people have very little latitude in the way they perform their job. When they do get some latitude, when they have some power over you, they're very, very anxious to use it. Now, the key issue here in negotiating is that sometimes you get to a point where people have situation power over you. You don't like it, but you're going to lose an element of the negotiations just because of this. The point is, don't let it upset you. Recognize it for what it is, pass on, move into an area where you do have some control. And the final element of power is information power. Sharing information forms a bond. Withholding information tends to intimidate. Large companies are very, very skillful about doing this. They'll develop a level of information at the executive level that they won't share with the workers, not because it's that secretive, wouldn't do any harm to share it with the workers. In fact, I believe in theory Z management, that the more you share information with the workers, the more committed they become to corporate goals and the better things go. But it's not because it would do any harm. It's because these large corporations know that a level of secrecy at the executive level puts control over the workers. I worked for a man who was always doing this to me. We'd be having a conference in his office, and he'd say, Roger, we need to talk behind your back for a minute. Would you mind waiting outside? We'll call you when we're ready for you. Well, it's an awful feeling sitting outside there in the lobby when information is being withheld from you. Now, once I realized that he did this to me regularly just to keep control over me, his ability to control me with it went away. And so it is with each of these 8 elements. The next time you're negotiating and you feel that you've lost control, identify which one or more than one of these elements is controlling you. Is it the fear of punishment, that they might ridicule you? Is it the desire for reward? Is it the title that's getting to you? What is it? Identifying it will help you handle it. Now, conversely, these same 8 are the things that give you influence in the negotiations. So rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 in each of these elements, not as you see yourself, or maybe not even as you really are, but as you think other people see you. How do they perceive you in terms of being able to reward them or punish them? How do they see your personality or your title power? Do what you can to get yourself up on a scale of 10 in these elements, paying particular attention to the critical ones that are absolutely cataclysmic. When these 4 come together in one person, it is incredible what happens. And the 4 are legitimate power, the power of the title; reward power, the ability to reward people; referent power, the consistent set of values. He's not going to deviate from this regardless of what happens; and charismatic power, the personality, the pizzazz to put it across. This is what gave Adolf Hitler control of Germany in the 1930s. Now, you may not think he had much of a personality as an individual, but with the public relations that they were doing, there was a tremendous charismatic power that was attached to the whole Nazi movement. He had the title. He had the ability to reward people. Also had the ability to punish people. He had the referent power, the consistent set of values. This is what we stand for. And he was able to project this tremendous charismatic power. It was also the way that the Reverend Jim Jones got control of the People's Church in San Francisco and got all his people to move down to Guyana in South America and have so much control over them that they not only wanted to be told where to live and what to think and what to say, but the ultimate abuse of power, they wanted to be told when to die. Now, on the good side of the coin, it's when you get a John F. Kennedy. You see, every president has the power of the title. Every president is able to reward. Not every president is able to project the consistent set of values. This was Jimmy Carter's undoing. Not every president is able to project the personality. This was Gerald Ford's undoing. He had the other three elements in great abundance, but he just didn't have the personality to put it across. John F. Kennedy had these four in great abundance. Ronald Reagan had these four in great abundance. And when you look at this, you can see how these people are able to get so much done in the face of a relatively hostile Congress because they put those four elements together. So concentrate on those four in particular, and you'll see a remarkable transformation in your ability to control people in the negotiating session. In our next session together, we'll talk about two more elements that are always very important in negotiations: information and time.
This is the end of Side 7. Please fast forward the tape to the end to cue up Side 8 for your listening.
Another aspect that always affects the outcome of negotiations is information. How much information does one side have about the other side? Almost always, the side that has the most information about the other side can do better in the negotiations. Information is so critical in so many areas of negotiations. Whichever way we go in our discussion of negotiations, we come back to the importance of getting information about the other side. In Session 1, we talked about it being the key to win-win negotiations. Find out what the other person really wants and see if you can give it to them. In Session 2, we talked about it being the second stage of negotiations. When you're involved in any conflict or negotiation, take the time to find out as much as you can about the other side. And in Session 7, we saw that it's one of the key elements in power. Here we'll discuss the fact that the side that has the most information usually can control the negotiations. Companies spend millions of dollars checking out other companies before they'll go into merger talks, don't they? Even in England, as I was growing up, I knew that Macy's and Gimbel's were each other's biggest customer, that Macy's bought more of Gimbel's merchandise than anybody else, and Gimbel's bought more of Macy's because they needed to know about the competition. They were willing to spend the money to do it. Governments spend billions of dollars before they'll go into an arms control talk, finding out about the other side. It was interesting to me to see Henry Kissinger being interviewed prior to the Geneva talks with the Russians. He was not a negotiator in these talks, but he was being asked for some background information. Mr. Kissinger, the interviewer, said, "Do you think it's possible that our negotiators know what the Russians will propose before they actually propose it?" He said, "Absolutely. No question about it." He said it would be absolutely disastrous for us to go into a negotiation not knowing in advance what the other side was going to propose. Can you imagine the cost of getting that kind of information? And yet it's so essential to good negotiations. So if companies will spend that kind of money and governments think it's important enough to spend that kind of money, doesn't it make sense that we at least spend a little time before we go into negotiations finding out more about the other side? Now think about what was probably your largest investment, the home in which you live. Before you made the first offer to buy it, how much did you know about the owners of the home? How much did you know about their real needs, their real intentions in the negotiation? And very often, even the listing agent doesn't know, do they? The person who's been in direct contact with the sellers when they listed the property, when asked what the objectives of the sellers are, will very often say, well, I don't know. I know they want cash out. They're not willing to carry back paper, but I don't know what they're going to do with the cash. I didn't think it was my place to ask. How about the automobile, which may well have been your second largest investment? How much did you know about the real needs and objectives of that dealership before you bought your automobile? Knowledge is power. Why are we so concerned about getting the knowledge that we want? Most of us are so scared of rejection, which is coercive power, that we won't even ask. And we really only have to ask, but we have to understand the importance of asking and take the time to do it. Rudyard Kipling talked about his 5 honest serving men. He said, "They've taught me all I know." They're who, what, when, where, and why. Learn to use those words to find out what you need to know. Learn the art of probing. Learn how to ask open-ended questions. Closed-ended questions are questions that can be answered with a yes or a no or a specific answer. For example, how old are you is a closed-end question. You'll get a number and that's it. How do you feel about being the age that you are is an open-ended question. It invites more than just a yes or a no or a specific answer response. Here are some techniques that you can use to get information. First of all, try repeating the question. They say, we discontinued that line, but they don't explain why, and you want to know why. You repeat the question. You discontinued that line? Very often they'll come back with a complete explanation of why they did. Ask for feelings. Not what happened, but how did you feel about what happened? How did you feel about that, you say? It invites an open response. Ask for responses. How did you react to that, rather than what happened then? Ask for restatement. I don't understand why you did that. Chances are, instead of repeating the same words, they'll come back with a more detailed explanation of what happened. It's so easy to get information, it's hard to believe that we're so reluctant. As president of the real estate company in California, I wanted to encourage our agents to knock on doors, searching for leads. Real estate people call it farming. And yet I found them very, very reluctant to do it. So I eventually formulated a plan where I would take each one of our 28 office managers out separately, knocking on doors. And we would play the information game. I would say, okay, I'm going to knock on the first door. I'm going to see how much information I can get from these people. You knock on the second door, see if you can get more information than I did. And it was amazing to see the amount of information that people would volunteer to a stranger on their doorstep. I could get them to tell me where they worked, where their wife worked, sometimes how much money they make, how long they'd been in the property, how much they paid for it, how much their loan payments were, and so on. People are very often very anxious to volunteer information if we'll only ask. Apart from directly asking the person with whom you've been negotiating, how else can you gather information about the other side? Well, one thing, of course, you can do is ask people who've done business with this company themselves. I think you'd be amazed, even if you thought of them as competition, how much they'd be willing to share with you, what they've learned in their dealings with that company. Another way is to ask people further down the corporate ladder than the person you plan to deal with. Let's say you're going to be negotiating with someone at the main office. You might call up one of the branch offices. If possible, get an appointment to stop by and see the branch manager and do some preliminary negotiating with that person. He'll tell you a lot, even though he can't actually negotiate the deal, about how the company buys, why they buy, the factors that they take into consideration, the profit margins they expect, the quantities they normally buy, and so on and so forth. Another way to do it is when you go to the company, take someone from your company who's a professional person, such as a mechanic, an engineer, or an appraiser. Someone whose loyalties stretch beyond the corporation and in actual fact lead into their profession itself. You can take an engineer from your company with you to visit another company that you plan on doing business with and let your engineer mix with the other engineers. You'll find out that, unlike top management, the level at which you may be negotiating, engineers have a common bond that spreads throughout their profession, rather than just a vertical loyalty to the company for which they currently work. So all kinds of information will be spread between these two. Now, what you've got to watch out for, of course, is that your man doesn't give away information that could be damaging to you. So be sure you pick the right person, caution him carefully what you're willing to tell and what you're not willing to tell, the difference between your open agenda and your hidden agenda, and let him go to it trying to gather information. It's very, very effective. The location where you do the asking can make a big difference also. If you meet with someone at their corporate headquarters surrounded by their trappings of power and authority and their formality of doing business, it's the least likely place for you to get information. If you meet over lunch one day when the formality is down, you're much more liable to get information from that person. However, if you meet for lunch at your country club surrounded by your trappings of power and authority, where he's obligated to you because you're buying the lunch, then you're much more likely to get information. There's no question that information is power. If you're thinking of acquiring a new piece of equipment for your company, you should no more buy from the first salesperson than you should marry the first woman that comes along. Shop around and find out what's available before you make a decision. Call up companies, have all their salespeople come in, and make a presentation to you. You'll find that one has a good point in one particular area, maybe a fast shipment, another has a low price, another has a good guarantee. So you piece together from all these interviews the ideal piece of equipment, and then you go back to the one you like best and say, I'd like to buy your equipment except that I want to get the longer guarantee, or I want to get the faster shipping. By cherry picking, you create the type of merchandise, the kind of contract that you want. Now, if you're a salesperson and that type of operation is so frustrating to you, you're trying to sell something and you know that the buyer is going to talk to all the other salespeople in town, how do you forestall it? Well, know more about your competition than he'll ever learn. So that when he says, well, I want to check with some other people before I make my final decision, you say, I absolutely agree with you. Always agree up front, right? Salesperson always agrees with any objection, however ridiculous it is. I agree with you absolutely. You should check with other companies before you make a decision. But look, let me save you some time. If you talk to Ted Smith over at ABC Company, he has his model number 12345, which has this feature, and this feature, but he doesn't have this. Then if you talk to the national company over here, the salesperson who come out will be Fred Harrison, and he'll tell you about model number such and such. And by the time you've gone through your entire presentation of letting him know how much you know about his competition, he's going to say, well, why on earth do I need to waste my time talking to all these other people when this man knows more than I'll ever learn? Remember then that the gathering of information is the second step in any negotiating process, and it should never be overlooked. The first step is establishing criteria, the open agenda, and the hidden agenda. The second step is gathering information, and the third step is reaching for goal compromises that will achieve momentum to reach a settlement. I think of the information gathering process as rather like the game of Battleship that I used to play when I was a youngster in England. When I was growing up in England after World War II, there were no toys being manufactured. We had to entertain ourselves with little games that we could create without having to buy anything. And this was the game of Battleship. We would sit at a table across from each other and build a barrier in between us so that we couldn't see the piece of paper that was in front of the other person. The barrier was maybe constructed from a pile of books. We would take a piece of paper in front of us and draw in a large number of squares, maybe 100 different squares marked with the alphabet down one side and numbers along the bottom. Onto this graph, we would draw our fleet of battleships and cruisers and destroyers and so on. The other person, of course, wouldn't know where we'd located them. They would attempt to bomb them by calling out the graph number. The parallel here is that the hidden piece of paper in negotiations is the other person's hidden agenda. By judicious questioning, you should try and find out as much as you possibly can of that person's hidden agenda and recreate it on your side so that you know exactly where he's coming from and what he's trying to achieve. The third element that's always critical in negotiations is time. The person under the most time pressure usually does worse in the negotiations. There's a Pareto principle that applies here. Pareto was a 19th century Italian economist who was the first person to point out that 80% of the wealth of Italy was in the hands of 20% of the people. And that 80-20 rule seems to work in a lot of other areas, too. Sales managers will tell me that 80% of their business is typically done by 20% of their salespeople. School teachers will tell me that 80% of the trouble is caused by 20% of the kids. The rule in negotiating is that 80% of the concessions come down in the last 20% of the time available to negotiate. Think of the last time that you bought a piece of real estate. Maybe it was your home. It possibly took 10 weeks from the time you signed the initial contract to the time you actually became the owner of the property. Now think of the concessions that were made. Isn't it true that during that last 2 weeks when things come up to be renegotiated, that both sides become more flexible? Some people are unethical enough to use this against you. Elements of the negotiation that could be brought up earlier and resolved are held until the last minute. When you're getting ready to finalize the arrangements, then these problems come up, because they know you'll be more flexible under time pressure. What this tells you is tie up all the details up front. Don't leave anything to, oh, we can work that out later. I remember being in Kalispell, Montana one time to do a seminar for the GRI, the Graduate Realtors Institute of the state of Montana. These are the highest trained real estate people in the state. And we were doing an all-day seminar on negotiating. And during the break, a lady agent came up to me and said, can you help me? I'm about to lose most of my commission on a very large transaction. She said, several months ago, this man came into my office and wanted me to list his $600,000 home. Well, we don't have too many $600,000 homes in Montana, and I guess I was a little intimidated by that because when he asked me how much commission I would charge to do that, he flinched and I fell for it. He asked me how much commission. I said, well, 6%. And he said, 6%? That's $36,000. And I said, well, look, if you have to come down much on the price of the property, we'll work with you on the commission. That's all I said, and I never gave it a second thought. Well, as luck would have it, I double whammied the transaction. I found the buyer also. So now I have the full 6% commission coming into my office. He didn't have to come down very much on the price, and the property is due to close next week. Yesterday, he came into my office and said, look, I've been thinking about the amount of work that you had to do on that property. Now, remember, the value of services always appears to diminish rapidly after those services have been performed. And you remember you told me that you would work with me on the commission? She said, yes. He said, well, I've been thinking about the amount of work you did, and I've decided that $5,000 would be a very fair commission for you. $5,000 when she was due $36,000. She was almost panic-stricken. But it's a good illustration that you shouldn't leave anything to we can work that out later, because a little detail up front can become a big problem later on when you're under time pressure. That story is also an interesting illustration of how we always think we have the weaker hand in the negotiations, whichever side we're on. In actual fact, she was in a very strong position, wasn't she? As I explained to her, she had a written contract for the 6%. If anything, it was verbally modified by a very vague comment that probably wouldn't hold up in court anyway. So she was in a position to put a lis pendens, a lawsuit pending on the property, stopping the property from being sold until she had resolved the commission issue. So in actual fact, she was in a very strong position, but didn't think she was. When do your children ask you for something? Just as you're rushing out of the door, right? When Julia was attending USC in Southern California, she lived in a sorority house and she would come home for the weekends. She'd need money for books. When would she ask me? 7 o'clock on a Monday morning, just as she was racing out the door, she'll say, Dad, I'm sorry, I forgot. I need $60 for books. I say, Julia, don't do this to me. I teach this stuff. Now, how come you've been home all weekend? How come we didn't have a chance to talk about it before? Well, sorry, Dad, I just didn't think about it until I got ready to go. But look, I'm late now. I've got to get on the freeway. I'll be late for class. And if I can't get my books today, I won't be able to take my files on Wednesday. So please, can I have the money now and we'll talk next weekend? Not that the children are that manipulative, but instinctively, over all those years of dealing with me, they understand that under time pressure, people become more flexible. Interesting, again, to look at some of the international negotiations and how time is related there. The story that's always told is the Paris-Vietnam peace talks. You'll recall that in the spring of 1968, Lyndon Johnson had announced that he would not run for re-election and would devote all his time to trying to get the peace talks resolved. And he was very anxious to do something before the November elections when his friend Hubert Humphrey would be running for election. He sent our negotiator, Averell Harriman, to Paris with clear instructions. Get something done, get it done fast, right now, Texas style. Well, Averell Harriman got to Paris, checked into the Ritz Hotel, and rented a suite on a week-to-week basis. The Vietnamese negotiators got to Paris and rented a villa in the countryside for 2.5 years. Then they proceeded to spend week after week after week talking to us about the shape of the table. Now, did they really care about the shape of the table? Of course they didn't. They were trying to do two things. Number one, they were trying to project to us that they were in no hurry whatsoever. Another year or two here or there wouldn't make any difference to them. And secondly, they were trying to push us up against our deadline of the November elections, which they did very, very successfully. If you'll recall the Humphrey-Nixon election, on the Sunday, 2 days before Election Day, they were announcing a breakthrough in Paris. When you negotiate that close to a deadline, you are very, very vulnerable. Another international negotiation where time played a big part was the Falkland Island crisis. You'll recall that at that time, Alexander Haig was our Secretary of State. And it was a very unusual war because we had 2 weeks advance notice of what was going to happen. As the British fleet sailed down the Atlantic to recapture the islands, we actually had 2 weeks notice. Now, nobody ever thought we'd have that kind of notice in a war again, but there it was, a brilliant opportunity to display virtuoso negotiating skills. But Alexander Haig didn't use time to his advantage. Instead of letting time pressure build up, he immediately started a showboat type of shuttle diplomacy, flying from London to Buenos Aires to Washington, back and forth all the time, trying to get a ceasefire arranged. He probably would have done better to wait until the British Navy was closer to the Falkland Islands, when time pressure was at its greatest, and then step in. He would have stood much more chance of getting something done. So when you're negotiating with people, never reveal that you have a deadline. Let's say, for example, that you have flown to a particular city to resolve negotiating a particular contract, and you have a flight to leave that city at 6 o'clock. You're anxious to catch that flight, but don't let the other people know. You may reveal that you have a 6 o'clock flight, but you also have a 9 o'clock backup flight, or for that matter, you can stay over for as long as it takes to work out a mutually satisfactory arrangement. Because if they know you're under time pressure, you'll find that the bulk of the negotiations will be done at the last possible minute. And there's a real danger there that you'll give things away under time pressure. So, we've looked at 3 elements here that are really critical to negotiations. In session 7, we talked about power and influence and how it affects the negotiations. In this session, we talked about the other 2 elements. Information, the person with more of it tends to do better, and time, the person with less of it tends to do worse. In sessions 9 and 10, we'll talk about another critical element in the negotiation process, and that's personality styles. So important to understand that you have a particular personality style. The people with whom you'll be negotiating do also. And when the 2 don't match, you have problems. We'll also show you how negotiating styles negotiate differently.
This is the end of Side 8. Side 7 is already queued up for your listening.
In our next 2 sessions together, we're going to be talking about personality styles. So critical that you understand that you have a particular personality style. And the people with whom you'll be negotiating do also. And when the 2 don't match, you have problems. This will be so important to you in your success as a negotiator. But in addition to that, it may be very helpful to you in your interpersonal relationships, too. I conduct seminars all over the country, and it's always nice when people come up to you afterwards and shake your hand and say, I really got something out of that. But sometimes you know that you have really touched people. A lady in Dallas came to me and she said, you know that session on personality styles that you conducted? That's the most important thing that I've ever learned in any seminar anywhere. She said, I've been married for quite a few years now, and it's never been quite right between me and my husband. But now I can see why. We're just opposite personality styles. And I can see the things now that I do that irritate him. And now I know what to do about it, and it's going to be okay. Another man at another seminar said to me, where were you 8 years ago when I went through my divorce? So this will be important to you in many areas of your life other than just negotiating. I first got involved in analyzing personality styles like this when I went to a success rally at Anaheim Stadium many, many years ago. A success rally, if you haven't been to one, is when a group of promoters hire a great big stadium, and the audience will be maybe 50 or 60,000 people, and they bring in top speakers from all over the country, and each speaker has about 45 minutes, and the event may last from 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night. The thing that fascinated me about this afterwards was that on the way home with a group of friends that I had gone to the success rally with, we couldn't agree on who we thought was the best speaker. One person said, oh, I like that down-to-earth speaker, not a particularly dynamic speaker, but gave a lot of information in a short period of time. And that's what I go to a seminar for. I don't particularly care about the style or the dynamics of the presentation. Another person said, well, I like that motivational speaker, the guy that jumped up on the table and had all those props on stage. And boy, he really got me turned on. I thought it was fantastic. Another person said, well, I don't know why people have to yell at you like that. Why can't they just talk to you? I like so-and-so. He seemed like such a nice person. He's someone that I'd really like to get to know. And another person with us, who happened to be an engineer, said, well, I didn't care for the whole thing at all. I thought it was just a bunch of hoopla. How much information can you get in 45 minutes? They didn't give the educational qualifications to the speakers when they introduced them, and I thought it was all kind of phony. And what occurred to me was that if a speaker can talk to an audience and get totally different responses from the people in the audience, then it follows that when we're negotiating with people, we can use the same approach with different people and get totally different responses. So I gradually worked on this and evolved this system of personality styles, which I think will be very, very important to you. And it's contrary to a lot of the sales training that you may have received, which says just learn a specific way of saying things to people and doing things, and just say it that way to enough people and it will work. Not so. You've got to adapt what you're doing to the personality styles of the different people as they relate to your personality style. So first of all, let's identify your personality style. And the easiest way I've found to do that is to ask for your reaction to being at a seminar. Now, we're going to cover 4 personality styles here. The first personality style is the pragmatic. They will go to a seminar because they want to learn. They're very much a bottom-line kind of person. And they will not evaluate the seminar based on whether they like the speaker or not, or whether they had a good time or not. They will evaluate it strictly based on the amount of useful information they leave there with. This is the kind of person who will leave a seminar and say, you know, that was a pretty good seminar. Picked up some interesting information there, but did it really have to take an hour and a half? I bet if he'd have got all the stories and the jokes out of the thing, he could have given us the same amount of information in half the time. And when I think about it, the people running the thing could have mimeographed off the highlights and mailed it to us. We need not have gone to the seminar at all. These are very, very time management conscious people. These are the people who will subscribe to a condensed book service. You know, one of those services where they take a 300-page book and they condense it down to 3 pages. Then they'll take that condensation and with their highlighter, they'll highlight just a few key phrases that are critical to them in it. If you see yourself in this, write yourself down as a pragmatic. The next personality style is the extrovert. The extrovert goes to a seminar because they want to have a good time. And the fact that they're being spoken to by a professional speaker means they're saying, okay, you're a professional speaker, you get me excited. I want to feel good when I leave here. I hope you're not going to throw a bunch of charts and graphs and projections up there because I really bogged down in all that detail work. Just fill it up with jokes. I'll write them all down and can't wait to get back to the office to try them out. And when I leave here today, I want to feel good. If you see yourself in that personality style, write yourself down as an extrovert. The next personality style will go to a seminar because, for much as for any other reason, they want to be around people who have similar interests. And the ambiance, the feeling that they get from being there, is the most important thing to them. They tend to look around the room and be sure that the other people are having a good time also, because that's very critical to them. They say to the speaker, hey, don't yell at me. I hope you're not one of those high-powered motivational speakers that races up and down the aisle, jumps up on the table, and gets us all to stand up and chant things, because I can't stand that. I want to feel that during the intermission I could come up to you and talk to you and you'd be warm and friendly. I'm not particularly interested in a high-powered personality-style speaker. If you see yourself in this, write yourself down as an amiable. The fourth style is the analytical. The analytical, unlike a pragmatic who'll get bored in a 1.5-hour talk, can sit through a 10-day symposium on the effect of the expansion of oxygen on the planet Mars in the year 2015 and come away at the end of 10 days feeling, boy, they just scraped the surface of the topic, didn't they? Didn't get into any real depth there at all. If you see yourself in that, write yourself down as an analytical. Now, hopefully this has given you enough information to identify with one of these personality styles. If it hasn't, please back the tape up, go through them again until you can pick one that you feel is most likely you. Because understanding this will help you with everything that follows from here on out. Now, having identified your personality style, we're going to show you why you are this way. Take a piece of paper and divide it vertically, divide it horizontally, so that you now have 4 squares. A top right, bottom left, top left. Write the first personality style in the top right. That's the pragmatic. In the bottom right, write extrovert. In the bottom left-hand corner, amiable. In the top left-hand corner, analytical. Now, the horizontal line is assertiveness level, low on the left, high on the right, which means that the analytical and the amiable are less assertive than the pragmatic and the extrovert. Now, by assertiveness level, I mean that assertive people, the pragmatics and the extroverts, are kind of take-charge people. If they're involved in any activity, they're probably wondering how they would do it differently if they were in charge of it. Whereas the people on the left of the chart, the analytical and the amiable, they're less assertive. They don't have that driving desire to be in control. And if somebody's organizing a softball team or a blood bank drive at their office, they don't feel the need to be in control of it all. Another way of looking at assertiveness level is the willingness that you have to assert your ideas and philosophies to other people. High on the right, low on the left. So an assertive person is typically a persuader. He's either a manager or a salesperson, but he likes to be in control. That would be a pragmatic or an extrovert. Whereas the people on the left, they're more reluctant to force their opinions on other people. Another thing about assertive people is that they typically have short attention spans. This is why they'll get bored in an hour-and-a-half talk, or even a half-hour talk for that matter. Their minds are constantly flooding from one thing to another. They won't be thinking about the same thing 15 minutes from now. Because of the short attention span, pragmatics and extroverts get in the habit of making decisions quickly. They'll take a look at something, they'll either go for it or they won't go for it fairly fast. Whereas the less assertive people, the analyticals and the amiables, they have long attention spans. This is why they can sit through the 10-day symposiums. Because of the long attention spans, they get in the habit of making decisions slowly. They genuinely need time to think things over. So here we've got our first point of conflict in negotiating with people. If you're a fast decision maker, the slow decision makers drive you up the wall. If you're a pragmatic or an extrovert, you think about analyticals and amiables like this. You know they've had that proposal for a week now. I call them up and they say they're still thinking about it. For heaven's sake, how long does it take anybody to make up their mind? Whereas if you're naturally a slow decision maker, an analytical and amiable, you're very suspicious of fast decision makers. You know, I took the proposal into him and he looked at it very briefly, couldn't have been more than 3 or 4 minutes, and said, fine, let's go with it. Well, sure, he'll go with it now, but I bet he'll never back me up if we run into difficulties. It's just not natural for people to make decisions that quickly. On your chart, the vertical line is emotional level. Low on the top, high on the bottom, which means that analyticals and pragmatics typically make decisions based on facts, whereas amiables and extroverts typically make them based on emotions. Another way of looking at that line is organizational level. Analyticals and pragmatics are typically fairly tidy, organized, time management conscious people, whereas the amiables and the extroverts on the bottom of the chart tend to be a little bit sloppier in the way they do things, and they leave a trail of unfinished details behind them. This is the extrovert-style salesperson, very emotional, very fast decision maker, who's always saying to his boss, when are you going to get me a secretary that'll take care of all this detail work for me? Detail work includes, in his mind, writing up the initial proposal. Can't you see that my highest and best use of time is being out there, talking to people, not doing all this paperwork? He's just naturally not an organized person. Now let's describe each one of these personality styles. First of all, let's take a look at the pragmatic. This is typically a very business-like person. This is not the kind of person, if you work for one, who's going to come into the office at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and say, hey gang, I know it's only 3 o'clock, but let's close this place up and go get a beer. They're probably surrounded by time management gadgets. Anything that makes them more efficient, they will have. Probably the first person in town to have an answering machine. You remember when they first came out and everybody was saying, isn't it awful? Now they expect us to talk to machines. He had one, and it didn't occur to him that there was anything cold about it at all. Pragmatics hate the thought of wasting time. And typically going on vacation is a waste of time to them. If you're married to one, you know how difficult it is to get them to go on vacation in the first place. Particularly, don't take them down to a place like Cancun, where there is absolutely nothing to do but sit around the swimming pool, because pragmatics can't take an awful lot of that. You'll notice by the first afternoon they're getting fairly restless, and by the evening they'll have organized a bridge tournament or a Lions Club meeting or anything to stay active. For the same reason, they typically don't like spectator sports. Thought of going down to the stadium and watching somebody else do something for 2 or 3 hours is not in the cards for them. They'll be involved in more participatory sports. They'll be hunters, fishermen, they'll fly an airplane, or they'll play basketball or something where they can be involved. Take a proposal to a pragmatic on Friday and call him up Wednesday and say, well, what do you think? He will probably say, what do I think about what? And you say, well, don't you recall we were talking about that proposal on Friday? Oh, yes, he'll say. My goodness, so much has happened since last Friday. It completely slipped my mind. Extroverts, on the other hand, love spectator sports. Boy, the thrill of being down there with all those cheering people is about as good as life gets. They're very emotional people. They're very fast decision makers. Call an extrovert up and say, hey, let's go up to Chicago for the game this weekend. They'll say, hey, yeah, let's go. Great. They love to do fun things. They love to make decisions immediately. They don't need time to think things through. Real estate people know to save their curb appeal property for this kind of buyer. Curb appeal is what the property looks like when you first pull up out front. If it looks like Tara from Gone with the Wind with the tall columns up the front, they're sold on it. They're emotional, they're fast decision makers. They want it, and they want it right now. The amiable, on the other hand, is very, very emotional, but a very slow decision maker. Typically, they like to set up barriers because they hate high pressure, or probably have an unlisted phone number, probably hate the thought of going down to buy a new automobile because they know when they get down there they're going to get ground to death by some high-pressure salesperson. This is the little old lady in 1937. She accidentally tore off a mattress tag. Do not remove under penalty of law. And she's been convinced ever since that the FBI is going to find out about it, have her house surrounded with bullhorns. Come on, lady, we know you're in there. Come on out. The analytical is almost a breed apart. You used to be able to spot them from the slide rule in their pocket, but now it's become a lot more involved. They'll have a fancy wristwatch that does all kinds of calculations for them, tells them the time of day in every capital city in the world, and so on. And they will always have a calculator with them, very often a backup calculator in case the first one fails. They typically smoke a pipe because they're very thoughtful people, and they don't like to shoot from the hip with an answer. And ask an analytical what day of the week it is, and he'll tell you, well, it's Wednesday. In most parts of the world. Show an analytical a book, they'll want to know how it's bound and how it's distributed. Show them a watch and they'll tell you how to make it. They're really into detail. They're very slow decision makers. They're very unemotional in the way they make their approach to people. So analyticals are the very hardest person to get a decision from in the negotiating process because they can never get enough information. Real estate agents, who typically tend to be the opposite, the extrovert type of personality, are driven up the wall by analyticals. They'll show an analytical a property on Friday, call them up on Wednesday and say, well, what do you think? And they'll say, well, I'm very close to making a decision. I've been working on it every night this week. A couple more pieces of information I do need before I can make a decision. Number one, I know you told me the house was 1,608 square feet, but did you measure that with a cloth tape or a metal tape? And the other thing I need to know is how many BTU does it take to heat the swimming pool to 76.5 degrees on August the 16th when there's a volcanic dust storm blowing in from Mexico? If I had that kind of information, then I'd be in a position where I could possibly make a decision. So those are the 4 personality styles. In our next session together, we'll teach you how to identify these personality styles and how to deal with them, and also how they negotiate differently.
This is the end of Side 9. Please fast forward the tape to the end to cue up Side 10 for your listening.
In our previous session, we talked about the 4 different personality styles: the pragmatic, the extrovert, the amiable, and the analytical. On this side, we'll talk a little more about how they interrelate, how to identify them, and then how they negotiate differently. Take a look at the chart that you drew. You've got the pragmatic in the top right-hand corner, extrovert bottom right, amiable bottom left, analytical top left. Now place yourself on the chart. You previously decided which one of those 4 you were. Recognize that you will have the most difficulty with the personality style that is kitty corner opposite you on the chart. If you're a pragmatic, you love other pragmatics. Boy, they are down-to-earth, no-nonsense people. You ask them a question, you'll get an answer. You ask them for a decision, you'll get it, and they'll live with it. It's when you have to deal with the amiable, the opposite personality style, that you run into difficulty. Because you're thinking quickly, unemotionally. They're thinking slowly, emotionally. And you'll make a proposal to an amiable, and there's not a reason in the world why they shouldn't go with it. I mean, it clearly is superior to the supplier they have been dealing with. As a clear-cut business decision, they ought to dump that other supplier and go with you. But they hold back. And what they're holding back about is, I don't feel comfortable with you yet. I want to do business with people with whom I feel comfortable. Don't tell me how much you know, they're thinking, until you tell me how much you care. Conversely, if you're an amiable, you'll have the most difficulty with pragmatics. They seem like such hard-headed people to you. They're all business. There's no feeling there. You don't feel good about dealing with them. If you are an extrovert, you love other extroverts. Boy, they're fun people. At a drop of a hat, they'll go off and do exciting things. It's when you have to deal with the analytical that you run into difficulties. You see, analytical always seems to need too much information to you, too much detail work. They're far too cautious in the way they do things. Recognize that accuracy is next to godliness to an analytical. When an analytical says to you, what are the payments going to be, he wants to hear it out with absolute precision. He doesn't want to hear, about $100 or so. He wants to hear it out to the penny. When he says, what's the population in the trading area, he doesn't want to hear, about 1.5 million, I guess. He wants to hear it down to the last person who pulled their U-Haul truck trailer into the Shell gas station down the street. Conversely, if you're an analytical, it seems to you that extroverts are too flippant. They're too easygoing. They go off on different tangents without really knowing all the information that they ought to know about the situation. So recognize that when you negotiate, you always have to deal with these personality styles. And identifying your own personality style and understanding how you're relating to the other person will be very critical to you in the negotiations. Now, I think you'll find with a little expertise and a little practice, you won't have much trouble identifying personality styles. Within 15 or 30 seconds, you'll be able to peg someone that you meet on this chart. Let me give you some help in identifying personality styles. First of all, you would go from right to left. Is this an assertive person, which means they're either pragmatic or extrovert? And you would tell this by the firmness of the handshake, the kind of response they give you, the fact that they volunteer their name very easily when they shake hands, this kind of thing. Or are they the less assertive person on the left-hand side of the chart? Having established that, try and judge the way they say things and the warmth with which they respond to people to judge whether they're unemotional on the top of the chart, meaning they're analyticals or pragmatics, or whether they're the emotional type of person on the bottom of the chart, the amiable and the extrovert. So having done that, you can very quickly peg someone in one corner or the other of the chart. Here's some more detail on how to identify the personality styles. First of all, the pragmatic will be very time management conscious. He doesn't waste time with a lot of small talk. Start off a conversation asking him about the football game of the weekend, and he'll very quickly get irritated and want to move on to business. He doesn't take long vacations because he perceives that as being a waste of time. He'll use time-saving gadgets such as a telephone answering machine or a miniature tape recorder for taking notes. Probably all of the telephone prospecting machines in the country are owned by pragmatics. You know, the machine that calls you up and tries to sell you insurance over the telephone? When I leave to go on a lecture tour, I'll leave my answering machine on, and very often when I come back, my answering machine has had a long discussion with one of these telephone calling machines about its insurance needs. The pragmatic businessman will typically have his calls screened. The secretary will want to know who's calling before she puts the call through, and sometimes what you're calling about also. The business environment will be formal. He'll have a secretary that often places calls, secretary who will confirm appointments for him, and also will usher you into the office rather than him coming out of the office to meet you. Pragmatics like participation sports with a high level of activity, for example, skiing, scuba diving, flying. He may like golf, but he hates the length of time that it takes and typically won't take the time to do it. He's tidy, he has an organized desk, and he always dresses reasonably formally. The extrovert, on the other hand, is friendly and open, will place his own telephone calls, doesn't necessarily want his incoming calls screened, will tend to meet you in the lobby if you go to his place of business, gives you a personal tour of the business, greets everybody warmly as he walks around the building. He loves the excitement of spectator sports such as baseball or football. He'll probably have pictures of his family in the office, which a pragmatic might think is too informal. He'll spend time talking about his vacation or his hunting trip. But if interrupted for a business decision, somebody comes into the office or he takes a call while you're there, he'll make a decision quickly. He's a warm and friendly person, but he's not afraid to say no to you. So he's personable, but at the same time assertive. Not particularly organized. You'll find that his desk is probably cluttered. And he has very poor follow-up. Not a highly organized person at all. The amiable tends to set up barriers. They'll probably have an unlisted phone number, may have a no peddler sign on their front door. Probably lived in the neighborhood for a long time because they develop relationships with things as well as people. Probably drives an older car because they hate high-pressure salespeople. They hate the thought of going down to that car lot and getting ground to death. You won't often find amiables in management other than in large corporations where the very format of the organization protects them from having to make assertive decisions. They seem to have very little sense of time management. Call them and ask them for an appointment. They'll tell you to drop by any time. They tend to be disorganized because they can't say no to people. And that when asked to be on a committee, they have a tough time refusing anybody. So they tend to take on more work than they can handle. Their environment is warm and comfortable. They form relationships with the furniture in their office, their home, and the car, and they don't like to change them. The analytical will most likely be an engineer or accountant. Of all the personality styles, this is the one that you can most readily spot them from what they do in life. They probably have gadget mania. They're surrounded by computers, calculators, phone dialers, and so on. They're very curious people. Tell them about a book you've read, and you want to know when and how it was printed. They soak up information. They just cannot get enough information. They're fascinated by analysis. They have charts and graphs for anything. It's interesting to see an analytical in a management situation intent of understanding, as an extrovert might do, that management is a matter of interrelating with the people that they deal with. They feel that they can manage everything just by generating information. I knew a man once who ran a huge organization with charts and charts and charts and graphs and projections, and he felt that as long as people knew where they were, what their performance had been, they had the tools that they needed to change that performance. Very precise about punctuality, very precise about figures. For example, they won't tell you that something costs just over $100. They will tell you it costs $104.16. So that's some tips on identifying the personality styles. Now let's talk about some things that you need to do when you're dealing with these people to interrelate with them differently. With the pragmatic, don't waste time with small talk. Don't overload them with information. The pragmatic will make a decision with the least amount of information necessary. If you try to sway him with an overly enthusiastic presentation, it'll come across as phony. Expect a fast decision based on facts. When you're dealing with an extrovert, paint an enthusiastic picture of their benefits. Get him excited. Talk about his interests, probably football and baseball. Get to him by telling him stories of triumph and disasters. Expect a fast decision based on his level of excitement about the project. When you're dealing with an amiable, go slowly. Wait until they trust you. Demonstrate that you really care about people. Be careful. The slightest little thing will offend this person. Don't try to high pressure them. There's one thing in the world they don't like. It's being forced into making a decision. You'll just have to acknowledge that when you're dealing with amiable, in the negotiating process, they'll need time to think things through, and you're going to have to wait until they feel comfortable with you. With the analytical, be accurate. When asked for figures, give them to the penny. Be prepared to give every little detail of the operation. Try to build rapport by talking about his interests, probably engineering, accounting, analysis, computer technology, that kind of thing. With these 4 personality styles, it's very important that you understand their relationship to you. And when we do management seminars and we talk about this, we will get with a group of people and their supervisor, and we'll have each of the people analyze themselves in this manner so that they understand what they are. Then we'll go around the group and ask the other people who know them if that analysis was accurate. Are they really what they say they were? Sometimes we find there's quite a difference between what people think they are and the way other people perceive them to be. Then we ask the critical question. We say to them, okay, tell me what personality style your supervisor is. This is interesting because sometimes we get very specific answers. The entire group will laugh and say, oh, he's a pragmatic. He's so businesslike. He'll never go for a beer with us after work, never show up at the company picnics and so on. Other times they'll say, oh, he's an extrovert. Most fun guy I've ever worked for. Boy, he's always doing exciting things. Other times they'll say, amiable. Oh, just the nicest, warmest, sweetest person in the entire world. Probably not as businesslike as he should be to be the boss, but we just love him. Oh, he's analytical. He's got 2 computers in his office. He's got a wall full of charts, they'll say. So sometimes the employees specifically identify with the personality style of their supervisor. But on other occasions, we get different answers as we go around the room. Some people will say their boss is analytical, some will amiable, some is extrovert, some is pragmatic. And what we find out is happening is that analyticals are saying that their boss is analytical. Amiables are saying that their boss is amiable. Extroverts are saying that he's extrovert, and so on. See, what's happening here is that maybe without even understanding what he or she has done, the supervisor has adapted their style of dealing with people to conform to what they know is their personality style, so that when the analytical accountant comes into their office with a proposal, he will say, you know, Joe, I don't want to jump into this. I really think we want to get all the information we possibly can. Could you take a couple of weeks and really prepare an in-detail report for me so we can really work this through thoroughly? When the extrovert might come into the office with the same proposal, he would say, Joe, this is fantastic. I love it. This is going to set this whole organization on its ears. Let's go for it, and let's do it right now. When the amiable comes into the office, they'll say, Mary, you know, we've really got to consider the impact of this on the people. Gee, you know, the people that work here are so nice. They've been so loyal to us over the years. I don't want to do a thing that would offend a single one of them. And to the pragmatic making the same proposal, they might say, Joe, look, this isn't a religion. This is a business. I need to get the bottom line on this thing. How is this going to affect profits? They're smart enough to adapt the way they work to the personality style of the different people with whom they deal. You can see how this is different from a lot of the things you may have been taught if you've ever been given a class on salesmanship. For example, the one rule that always seems to be given to salespeople is be enthusiastic. How can you expect other people to be enthusiastic about what you're talking about if you're not? Well, enthusiasm is wonderful with the extrovert because they'll feed off of that kind of excitement. It's great with the amiable because they get a warm feeling from the enthusiasm. Oh, you can just sense how good he feels about that. It must be a good idea. But the pragmatic is turned off by enthusiasm. Oh, don't give me that phony sales pitch, he's thinking. Just give me the facts I need to make a decision. And there's no way you can tell me that an analytical will be bowled over by enthusiasm. Another thing that salespeople are typically told is dominate the conversation. When you're asked a question by another person, answer with a question. Can you get it in 90 days for me? Would you like it in 90 days? Does it come in green? Would you like it in green? And so on. Well, this is great with the analytical. They love questions. The more questions you ask, the more they feel that you really care about it. It's great with the amiable because it's a sign that you care about them. But when a pragmatic asks you a question, he wants an answer. He doesn't want to play verbal ping-pong with you. And the same with the assertive extrovert. They want facts and figures when they're dealing in business. They'll make a fast decision, but it's based on that. Another thing that salespeople are always told is that people buy with emotion, not logic. And the only reason they would need any logic at all is to justify the emotional decision that they've just made. Well, that's certainly true with the extrovert personality. They'll buy a Mercedes because of the feel they get from being with it. Certainly true with the amiable because the relationship is important there. But pragmatics don't buy with emotion. They buy because it's a logical thing to do. And certainly analyticals don't either. Now, each of these personality styles negotiate differently. The pragmatic in a negotiating situation turns into a street fighter. A street fighter is a person whose only objective in the negotiation is to win. They're in that thing to win, and winning to them means that somebody else has got to lose, and what's wrong with that? That's the way the world is built. And don't waste my time with all this win-win nonsense. Why on earth would I be concerned about their needs in the negotiation? That's what they're here for, and I expect them to fight as hard for what they want as I'm going to fight for what I want. The extrovert tends to turn into a den mother as a negotiator. A den mother is someone who gets so excited about things that they tend to lose perspective. This is the person at your office who's organizing a softball team, and they're so excited and enthusiastic about it, it doesn't occur to them that there's anybody in the entire world who doesn't want to play softball on a Tuesday night. Extroverts, the den mother style of negotiation, these are the people who are most likely to have the whole negotiations fall down around them, and they didn't realize that there was a problem. The amiable tends to turn into a pacifier as a negotiator. Their objective in the negotiations is not so much to win as to see that everybody is happy. And it's interesting to see the opposite personality style, the street fighter, negotiating with the pacifier, because the street fighter will grind out every last dime out of the negotiations, convinced there's not another penny left on the table, and when it's all over, the pacifier will turn to them and say, "Now, are you sure that's fair? I wouldn't want to take advantage of you." And the analytical tends to turn into an executive-style negotiator. Typically an accountant or an engineer, they don't like the push and the shove of negotiating. They like everything to be rigid, and their favorite expression is, it's the principle of the thing. The opposite personality style, the extrovert, will say, "Hey, look, we're only talking $500 here. For heaven's sake, let's split the difference and get the thing going." And the analytical will say, "Well, I understand we're only talking $500. Actually, since you're proposing that we split it, we're only talking $250, aren't we? But at this point, it's the principle of the thing that I'm concerned about." So if you're an analytical, be careful that you're not too rigid in the way that you negotiate. Now let's take a look at these different personality styles and see how their style of negotiating is different from what I want you to become, which was a win-win negotiator. Let's take a look at each element of the negotiations. First of all, let's look at goals in the negotiation. The street fighter, or the pragmatic's goal, is very clear. Their goal is victory. They plan to win in the negotiations. The den mother, or extrovert's goal, is to influence the other people. They just have so much fun, they get such a charge out of changing other people's minds, that in many cases, what they're arguing for is not as important as the fact that they're able to take a position which other people don't agree with and then turn them around. The pacifier, or amiable's goal, is agreement. They feel that the ultimate solution here is to get everybody to agree. The executive, or analytical's goal, is to have order in the negotiations, to get the thing all sorted out so that it runs on an organized, well-run basis. But the goal of the win-winner, what I want you to become, is a wise outcome for all parties involved. Let's take a look at the relationships that exist in the negotiation process when you have these different personality styles involved. The street fighter has a tendency to threaten people. He's sitting there on the edge of hostility, and he's implying, look, if you don't go along with what I want, it's going to get very, very uncomfortable here, and you're not going to like it. The den mother, the extrovert personality, tries to do it all by enthusing the other people, getting them excited enough that he'll sway them over. The pacifier wants to develop relationships. If we like each other well enough, we'll all agree, is the philosophy. And the executive really ignores the relationship and works strictly based on facts. But the win-win negotiator learns how to separate people from the problem by bringing the people back from their emotional relationships with each other and concentrating on the resolution of the issue. The style of the negotiators, style of the street fighter, is very hard. domineering. The style of the den mother is excitable. The style of the pacifier is soft, maybe too soft, too easily giving in on things. And the executive remains detached from the personalities. But the win-win negotiator learns how to be soft on the people, but hard on the problem. He's easygoing, friendly, likable, courteous with all the people involved in the negotiations, but he keeps hammering away, concentrating on the problems. Now, each of the 4 personality styles has their own particular fault as a negotiator. The street fighter, the dominant personality, tends to dig into a particular position. They are bound and determined to get something out of the negotiations, and they won't budge from that even when it would be better for them to yield. The den mother, the extrovert personality, tends to ignore the others and is not sensitive enough to what's really going on in the negotiations. The pacifier's fault is that they're too easily swayed, and the executive's fault is that they're inflexible in the negotiations. Their method of negotiating differs greatly, too. The street fighter demands losses from the other people. He doesn't feel that he can win unless other people lose. The den mother tends to want to excite people and get them turned on to a particular concept, feeling if they're excited about it enough, they'll go for it. The pacifier tends to accept losses. This is their method. By giving in, they'll want to give in too. The executive is very rigid in the style of negotiation, but the win-winner learns how to create options in the negotiation where nobody loses. So a key issue in the negotiating process is that the win-winner works to get people off of the positions that they have taken, largely because of their personality styles, so that they can concentrate on interests. This is a key point because positions can be 180 degrees apart, whereas interests can be very, very mutual. Take the peace negotiations that have been going on for many, many years now. The Russians have no doubt adopted a position that there's no sense arguing with these capitalists. They're not going to change until they've dominated the world. Why negotiate with them? And I'm sure we Americans have taken the position that they're so inflexible it seems like a total waste of time to even talk to them. We've known ever since Khrushchev pounded his shoe on the table at the United Nations that they will not stop until they have dominated the world with their philosophy. Now, these are positions that both sides have taken. Positions can be 180 degrees apart, but interests can be mutual. We both have a mutual interest in world peace. There's no question about that. And the good negotiator learns to get people off of positions that they have taken so that they can concentrate on interests. And the key to being able to do this is to become familiar with the different personality styles that you'll be involved with and learn how they approach things differently and how you can mold them into a win-win solution. In our next session together, we'll talk about something that's very critical to negotiations, and that's body language.
This is the end of Side 10. Side 9 is already queued up for your listening.
In this session, we're going to talk about body language. Unfortunately, body language is a subject with which many people get carried away. But I think that's true of a lot of other areas, too. I've met people who believe in astrology so much they won't even leave the house on a particular day when their sign's not right. Some people believe so strongly in handwriting analysis that they won't hire someone whose handwriting doesn't conform to their system. I've even heard of people who believe they can spot someone who's committed a murder from the way they write. And many years ago, I once lost a job because I couldn't interpret an ink blot test accurately. We don't want to go that far with body language, but it's true that a tremendous amount of our communication is non-verbal. If you want to illustrate this, you can do a really interesting party game where you go around the room and you ask somebody to tell you something non-verbally. For example, a thumbs-up gesture means good, a thumbs-down gesture means bad, shrug of the shoulders means indifference, and so on. I've done it with as many as 50 people and haven't come up with a shortage of gestures. And I suspect that you could do it with 100 people and still be going strong. So there's an awful lot we can do and do non-verbally. However, if we get carried away, we can easily misunderstand gestures. For example, women much more naturally cross their arms than do men. It's just a more comfortable position for a woman to sit. If we interpret that as shutting us off, we can be misreading the situation completely. If we see somebody tug their ear while they're in conversation with us, and we automatically think that means that they're asking for more information, when in actual fact their ear was just itching, it can be a big mistake. And particularly if you're dealing with people of other nationalities, you can make serious mistakes. Do you know that while in this country, when you nod your head, it means yes, and to shake your head means no, to an Eskimo, exactly the opposite is true? But let's not get carried away. You won't be negotiating with many Eskimos. But let me just tell you the story of probably the biggest nonverbal misunderstanding of all time. Back in 1960, when the American space effort had been embarrassed by the success of Sputnik, President Kennedy decided the thing to do was to give us a giant national goal that would draw us all more closely together. And that goal was to put Americans on the moon within the following 10 years. And we were to make everything public. People would see the successes, the failures, and the American public would rally around this grand, exciting goal for the following 10 years. And that's pretty much the way it worked. And in 1970, when our men finally stood on the moon and NASA Control said to them, "What's it like up there?" there were over 1 billion people watching on television, the greatest communication extravaganza of all time. And when they were asked, "What's it like up there?" they replied non-verbally with an A-OK gesture with the hand. Now that was fine for millions of Americans that were watching because the A-OK gesture is traditionally American and very well understood. But for the other almost billion people watching on television, the gesture was completely misunderstood because it's very similar to a gesture that's known around the world, where the thumb is touched to the center figure and a hostile gesture is made. And one can't help believing that some Japanese television commentator might have said to the other, "What did he say? What did he say?" And he says, "I don't know, but he seems awfully mad." Let me illustrate the importance of body language in another way. Let's say that you call to pick up a friend to go to lunch together, and you see through the glass wall of his office that he's on the phone, so you decide to wait outside. He's leaning back in his chair with his feet up on his desk and the phone tucked under his chin. He's making a steepling motion with his hands, a sure sign of confidence. All of a sudden, his feet come down off the desk, he's sitting upright in his chair, and he starts patting his pocketbook looking for a pen. He looks over to his secretary, touches his thumb to his forefinger, and waggles his hand. She knows what this means, so she gives him a pen, and she starts to write on his pad furiously. When he gets halfway down the pad and he's finished writing, he draws a big line under the bottom of it and puts a big check mark there. Then he stands up, goes around the desk, pushes it in under his desk, and starts leaning on the back of his chair as he talks. At that point, he sees you waiting outside, he gives you a thumbs-up sign, and another sign with the thumb and the forefinger separated slightly, to indicate that he'll only be a couple of minutes, and continues to listen. Then a worried look comes on his face, and as he responds, he touches the side of his nose, an almost sure sign that he's either exaggerating or lying. When he reaches down, making some further adjustments to the figure on his pad, he starts to smile again and reaches for his coat and has it halfway on as he concludes the conversation and hangs up the phone. The point I'm making here is that look how much more you knew about what was going on in that conversation than the person on the other end of the phone did, even though you couldn't hear a word. That's why we suggest that you almost never negotiate over the telephone. Always take the time to go meet the person face to face so you can tell their body language. Particularly, you can tell when they're getting upset so that you can adjust your responses appropriately. But the other bad thing about negotiating over the telephone is that you can't shake hands. And in this country, a handshake to settle a deal is such a powerful tool that you should never be in a situation where you can't seal the deal by doing it. This, incidentally, would not be so in many Arab countries, where after the contract is submitted and signed, after the hand has been shaken, that's when the real negotiating starts. Another important thing to remember is that people believe what they see much more readily than what they hear. If, for example, I say to you, "Well, I'm not going to let it worry me," but when I say it to you, I have my hands in my pockets, my shoulders are slouched, my head is hung low, and I have a worried expression on my face, which would you believe? Am I worried or not? Of course, you believe what you see rather than what you hear. If you're an analytical, our session on body language will not be nearly detailed enough for you. It'll appear very superficial. But if you're like me, I think you'll learn enough in our short session here to get you started in your study of body language. We'll give you some basic fundamentals that you can work with that directly apply to the negotiating process. And from there, you can continue your own study. Two key places where you could continue to study. One is waiting in airports, which can be a very frustrating experience, I know. Start observing the people who are beyond your hearing range. Study their body postures and their body language. Try and interpret what they're doing. Particularly the people that are on the telephone in that row of booths. Try to figure out to whom they might be talking. Is it a wife, a lover, an employee? You can probably tell with a little practice just by observing. Remember, though, that only changes in body languages are valid. Don't assume because somebody has their arms folded that they're hostile. The point would be if their arms were not folded in their general manner of talking, but all of a sudden something that happens in the conversation or in the action around them causes them to fold their arms. That's when body language becomes significant. I once met with an expert on body language who was frequently hired by attorneys to be present in the courtroom to watch the body languages of the witnesses. And this is what he told me was the key issue, to watch for changes in body language. Just because a witness may have a habit of scratching his nose, it doesn't mean that he's necessarily lying. It just means that he may have an itchy nose. But if, under the certain pressure of questioning, all of a sudden his hand involuntarily goes up to the side of his nose, it's a pretty good indication. Incidentally, you can watch that same gesture when you're watching Johnny Carson start his show. He typically says, "We've got a great show for you tonight." But sometimes you'll see his hand involuntarily go up to the side of his nose, indicating that he really doesn't think it's that great a show. The witness in the courtroom, just because their finger may go to their collar frequently, doesn't necessarily mean that they feel a lot of pressure. It may be that they have a brand new shirt on that hasn't been washed yet, and it's just stiff and it's uncomfortable. However, if during the pressure of a particular part of the questioning, then their hand would go to their collar, it definitely means that they feel they're under pressure. This is when my friend would step in, bring it to his attorney's attention, and the attorney during cross-examination would re-emphasize this point to try and find out what was really going on in the witness's mind. Watching television is a fascinating way to study body language. We mentioned Johnny Carson, but watch news commentators with the sound turned off. Watch for the blinking of the eyes. Watch for the hand movements. Watch for the gestures, and you'll be amazed at how much you can tell about the kind of story that they're relating. In England, we have an expression that says, "He's a blinking liar." That means that the person, without realizing that they were reading body language, has noticed that the other person's eyes are blinking at a very rapid rate. This is a very sure indication that the person is either exaggerating, lying, or feels very uncomfortable with what they're having to say. If you'll watch a news commentator with the sound off so that you can concentrate better, you'll be amazed to see the different rates of eye blinks. And you'll see when they're uncomfortable with a news story that they're having to read, you'll see their eye blink rate go up maybe 4 or 5 times. Now let's consider the actual negotiating session and how body language plays a part. First of all, the handshake. There are many different ways of shaking hands. Generally in this country, an acceptable handshake is firm but not too strong. Several steady shakes. And usually we don't use the other hand, although with a well-known acquaintance we may shake hands with both hands. In other words, we put our left hand over the back of the person's hand. This is considered a little bit too forward by many people, particularly when you meet for the first time. It's called the politician's handshake. Another variation of this is gripping the other person's forearm with your free hand. That's known as the minister's handshake. And yet again, there's putting your hand on the other person's shoulder as you shake his hand. And that's a sure signal that he wants you for a committee. Be careful about anything but the straight, familiar handshake. Obviously, a damp palm is the sign of nervousness, so look for the person who wipes their hand on their coat as they raise their hand to shake yours. A few years ago, it was unheard of for a gentleman to offer his hand to a lady before she had indicated that she wanted to shake hands. But now in today's enlightened society, I'm inclined to think that men should offer a hand to a lady in a business situation. But I'm still very conscious of this as I travel around the country giving different seminars. The customs are clearly different in different parts of America. In the South of America, for example, in the southern states, Mississippi, the Florida Panhandle, and so on, I'm still reluctant to offer to shake a lady's hand. Also true in the Bible Belt states, such as Oklahoma. So, Be careful and be sure that you're in accord with the local customs in that area. With regard to the negotiating process and the seating around the table, if you're alone and negotiating against two other people, such as a husband and wife, be sure that you don't seat yourself between them. Because if you do, they can exchange glances and signals to each other without you being able to catch them. Also, of course, you can't watch the body language as easily as you could if you had them seated across the table from you. So in that situation, be sure that you have them sit down first and then position yourself across the table, not on the same side. When a large group is negotiating, and there are equal numbers on each side, it's typical for them to sit on opposite sides of the table. If the groups are unevenly numbered, then the larger group will try and maintain that same separation so that their larger numbers on one side of the table can dominate the other side. However, if you're a member of the smaller group, you'll want to attempt to split up the seating arrangement so that you're interspersed amongst the other members of their group. It tends to eliminate that feeling of being overpowered. When two people who are on the same negotiating team sit together, they tend to be perceived as speaking with one voice. Whereas if they split up, they tend to be able to present two opinions, which gives them a little more strength. Having met everybody and seated yourself at the table, the next thing to consider is when should the small talk stop and the serious negotiating begin. As you know, it's always very good to relieve tensions with some inconsequential banter to get everybody feeling comfortable and ready to go. There's two very clear signs that experts of body language look for. One is smoking. Contrary to popular opinion, people do not smoke when they're nervous. They smoke when they're relaxed. And I've proven this time and time again. I've had someone come into my office feeling nervous and uptight, possibly feeling that they're in trouble. And if I know that they smoke, I will continue with the small talk until they feel relaxed enough to light up a cigarette. And that's when we can get into business. So when you have members of the team that smoke, a sure sign that they're comfortable enough and relaxed enough to start the serious negotiating is when they light up a cigarette. The other sign is the coat button phenomena. Men will normally keep their coat jacket buttoned until they feel more comfortable with you. So if you have members of the group who still have their coats buttoned, keep on with the small talk until they reach down and relax by opening their jacket. There was a survey done once at a wedding reception where the person doing the survey didn't know whether the people who were there were members of the family or just invited guests. And they were able to tell with 80% accuracy who was there as a member of the family because their coats were unbuttoned, whereas the people who were more of a stranger to the group kept their coats buttoned much longer. As you look around the negotiating table, try to study how frequently people's eyes blink. If you haven't done this before, you'll probably be surprised to see how frequently we blink our eyes. Up to once a second or 60 times a minute is not unusual, although some people are much slower, around 15 to 20 blinks per minute. You'll need this information later because when a person's eye blinking rate changes rapidly, you'll know that they're either very, very alert to what you're saying or under a high degree of tension and may not be telling the truth. The tilt of the head is a very good indication whether people are paying attention to you or not. People whose heads are completely upright and straight as they look at you are probably not paying attention. A slight tilt to the head, particularly if it's accompanied by a hand going up to the chin, is a very good indication that they're paying good attention. Speakers learn to study this. They can spot the members of the audience who are paying close attention by the tilt of the head. And if they have a large segment of the audience who's sitting there with perfectly straight heads, even if they possibly have a smile on their face and appear to be paying attention, they know that they're not. So they'll direct a question to that segment of the audience for which a response is required, or they'll change pace or in some way make that segment of the audience more alert. Of course, if a speaker notices that the people are leaning towards the door, it's a good body language sign that he's lost them. Watch carefully any time the hand goes to the head. A stroking of the chin with the thumb and forefinger indicates that they're very interested in what you're saying. Knuckles folded and under the chin reveal the same type of interest. But when the chin goes into the heel of the hand and the head leans on the hand, it's a clear sign of boredom. When a person who doesn't normally do it, it's not a normal nervous mannerism of theirs. It's something they're doing in this particular situation. When they stroke the side of their nose, it's almost a clear indication that they're either exaggerating or lying to you. I know this all sounds rather far-fetched to you, but your analysis of this in the negotiating situation will prove it for your own good. When a person tugs at their ear, they're saying to you, I want to hear more about what you have to say. When a person scratches the top of their head, they're embarrassed or uncomfortable with what's going on, so you might want to back off and change direction. What can we learn from the hands? We know that fingers drumming on the tabletop indicate impatience. We know that under severe strain, people may wring their hands, but watch for steepling, too. Steepling means two hands with just the tips of the fingers touching. Particularly if the heels of the hands are not touching, just the tips of the fingers are. It's an indication of supreme confidence. It's very difficult to do that when you're extremely nervous. So if you see somebody doing that, you know that they feel that they're in a very superior position. When a man brings one or more hands to his chest, it's a sign of openness and sincerity. Although when a woman does it, it tends to be one of shock or protectiveness. Touching the bridge of the nose, particularly when it's accompanied by closed eyes, means that the person is really concentrating on what's going on. A hand placed at the back of the neck, whether it's a finger inside the collar or a palm rubbing the back of the neck, is almost a sure sign of annoyance. People really do get hot under the collar, and they really do feel that you're a pain in the neck sometimes. What can you tell from a person who wears glasses? Well, you're familiar with the looking over the top of the eyeglasses expression. It means, I don't believe you, or I disapprove. Someone who repeatedly cleans their glasses, and this can happen 3 or 4 times an hour during a negotiation, is in a similar situation to a pipe smoker who's constantly relighting his pipe. It simply means that they need more time to think about it. So you, as a good reader of body language, will at that time either stop talking or talk about something inconsequential while they can mull over the more important points. Anytime somebody puts something in their mouth, whether it's the earpiece of their glasses or a pen or a pencil, think of it as needing more nourishment. They like what they hear, but they want to hear more. Of course, if somebody took off their glasses suddenly and tossed them on the table, you'd know that they were upset with you and they were shutting you off. So watch for this when it's a more subtle signal, too. If someone generally takes their eyeglasses off and lays them down on the table, it means they're no longer listening to you. Another fascinating part of body language is to consider how much space you should give a person when you're communicating with them. This study of how close you should get to another person in the negotiating process has a name all to itself. It's called proxemics. And these scientists have determined that anything less than 1.5 feet is the intimate zone, and you should not intrude upon it without permission. From 1.5 feet to 4 feet is the personal zone. From 4 feet to 7 feet is the social zone, and beyond 7 feet is the public zone. There are a lot of variables here. Quite frankly, one is the national background of the person to whom you're talking. People who come from very crowded countries, such as England, where I was raised, or Japan, are more comfortable in a crowded environment than Americans tend to be. At the same time, we can shut ourselves off more easily. We can be alone in a crowd much more comfortably than can be an American who is more used to wide open spaces. So you can get closer to an Englishman or a Japanese without them feeling offended. And of course the same applies to someone who's raised in a city like Los Angeles or Chicago or New York, as opposed to someone who was raised in the wide open rural environment. The other variable is your size in relationship to the person to whom you're talking. If you're over 6 feet tall and talking to someone who's considerably shorter than you must stand back considerably further than you would with someone your own height. Otherwise, you would tend to overpower that person. Another way that you can lessen this overpowering effect is to turn sideways a little bit as you talk to the person so you don't project a gigantic wall. Clearly, learning all this presents quite a challenge to you, doesn't it? And you're expected to know all the negotiating gambits. You're expected to analyze people's personality and at the same time study their body language. That's quite a chore. But the only way you'll get better at it is with practice. Remember that the fourth ingredient that will make you a great negotiator is the willingness to constantly practice these techniques until they become second nature to you. In our final session together, on the other side of this tape, we'll get into an interesting session of the subject of hidden meanings in conversation.
This is the end of side 11. Please fast forward the tape to the end to cue up side 12 for your listening.
As if we hadn't given you enough challenges, well, with learning all the negotiating tactics, learning how to analyze the different personalities that you'll be dealing with, and watching carefully for body language, now we want to add one more dimension to it, and that is looking for the hidden meanings in conversation. Whenever a president of the United States makes a speech, he invariably reads it, particularly if it involves foreign affairs, because every single word in that speech will be analyzed, will be put under a microscope by the other countries to determine exactly what he meant to say. And very often what's left out of a speech will be just as meaningful to them as what was put in. When you know that someone who is very skilled at analyzing conversation will be analyzing every word, it's very difficult for you not to give away the hidden meanings in conversation. And if you're aware, as you will of course be, of your hidden agenda in the negotiations, and you're coming from a certain perspective, it's not difficult for the other party to learn a lot about your hidden agenda from reading the way you talk. So not only must you be skillful in analyzing their hidden meanings, but you must be careful not to give away your own hidden meanings. One defense that presidents of the United States have in this matter, of course, is that they send their press secretary to make announcements, and they don't give the press secretary all the information that they have. I was recently involved in a negotiation that would have led to the merger of two companies. One of the skeletons that we had in our closet was that one of our major stockholders was in serious financial straits and was very, very anxious to make the merger at any price. We didn't want the other side to know this, of course. At one point in the negotiations, the president of the other company said, "I'm concerned about your relationship with Mr. X. I feel that if we ran a credit check on him, we'd find that he has serious financial problems." The manner in which the statement was made puzzled me. He didn't say, "We have run a credit check on him," which he was perfectly capable of having done. He didn't start off his sentence with, "As you're well aware, so-and-so has credit problems." He said, "If we were to run a credit check." This alerted me to the fact that he was in contact with someone within our organization who had passed this information on to him. Later on in the conversation, he said to me, "Roger, you're an outside director of the corporation." That means that while I sat on the board of directors, I didn't work for the corporation. He continued, "I understand that you recently spent an entire day at the corporation interviewing all of the key employees. That's a strange thing for an outside director to do. Why did you do that?" Well, I'd done it because I'd suspected some severe conflicts within the ranks of the organization. It hadn't turned out as badly as I'd feared, but anyway, I didn't know quite how to respond to his question. But then I remembered how he had phrased the previous question and the suspicion that there was someone within our company that was feeding him information. And based on that response, I immediately knew that he had already read my confidential report from that day's activities, and I responded accordingly. The lesson here is to listen very, very carefully to the words that people use. If something strikes you as being very strange, then jot it down word for word and analyze it later. Very often people can say things and mean exactly the opposite of what they say. Let's take a look at a few of those expressions that probably mean exactly the opposite. If someone starts off a conversation with, "In my humble opinion," they probably mean exactly the opposite. They're not humble, they're egotistical. In fact, they're so great, they can profess to be humble. When you ask an opinion of someone and the person responds, "Well, he's a fine church-going person," this probably means that the fact he goes to church on Sunday is his only attribute. And if someone says to you, "We can work out the details later," that probably means that there's quite a bit of negotiating to be done yet. You're not as close to agreement as he wants you to believe. And the classic, of course, is, "Don't worry." If your daughter calls you up at 3 o'clock in the morning and says, "Daddy, don't worry," what should you do? Start worrying. There's another group of expressions that should really alert you because they precede a very important part of the conversation. They're called throwaways, such as you're aware," "incidentally," or "before I forget," and "by the way." "As you're aware" may precede, "As you're aware, we control 51% of the proxy votes in the company." Well, of course, you were not aware of that. It's a major point, and they just tried to drop it in at the tail end of the sentence. Incidentally, "before I forget," and "by the way," these throwaway expressions usually precede a monumental announcement. The classic of all was when President Truman was meeting with Churchill and Stalin at Potsdam at the end of World War II. The war in Europe was over and the war in Japan was still going on. Truman had told Churchill that we had the atomic bomb, but he had not told Stalin. And over dinner that night and a few vodkas, he said, "Oh, by the way, Mr. Stalin, we have the atomic bomb." Mr. Stalin responded, "Oh, yes, we're aware of that." Of course, he wasn't. Exactly the opposite was true. But even the most dramatic pronouncements can be preceded by these throwaways, such as "incidentally" and "by the way." So perk up when you hear them. Look out also for legitimizers. Expressions such as "frankly," "honestly," "to tell the truth." They're usually trying to legitimize a statement which is not fully true. When somebody says to you, "Honestly, I don't think we could live with a proposal like that," what does he mean by honestly? Has he been dishonest up to now? Or could it be that he's just trying to add a little more convincing power to what he's telling you? And even then, he's not being strictly honest with you. One of the favorite expressions in American literature is one of the last words of Gone with the Wind by Margaret Mitchell, when Rhett Butler says to Scarlett O'Hara, "Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn." Well, students of language and of hidden meanings in conversation would instantly pounce on that word, frankly. It's a legitimizer. He's trying to make legitimate what he really doesn't believe. In actual fact, he did give a damn. And if a sequel to Gone with the Wind were ever written, we'd be sure that Rhett Butler would be back together with Scarlett O'Hara. Justifiers are words which lay the foundation for failure. These are expressions such as, "I'll try my best," or "I'll see what I can do," "I'll try to keep it under $300. All of these expressions fall far short of a firm commitment, don't they? And they're preparing you for the fact that they may fail. So unless you're willing to live with that, challenge it at that point. Even worse is when a justifier is changed into the plural. Instead of saying, "I'll give it every effort," all of a sudden it becomes, "we'll give it every effort," hiding behind the group. No salesperson worth his salt will ever accept the excuse, "Well, I'd like to think it over." But if the I changes to we, then really look out. If someone during the entire negotiation has been saying, "Well, I don't think I can afford to pay that much," or "I wouldn't be willing to do that," or "I would have to get you to," and all of a sudden he switches to, "Well, we'll have to think it over," or "we'll give you a decision tomorrow," you're in serious trouble. And you'd better get back in there and do some more selling, because it's just not going to fly. There are many erasers, but the most popular are the words "but" and "however." And what you have to learn about these words is that they erase everything that's gone on before. Someone can tell you for 10 minutes how much they enjoy your product, and they can look like a certainty to buy your product, but if this 10-minute discourse ends with a "but" or "however," erase that 10 minutes and know that you'll have to start again. Because the eraser word, "but" or "however," literally erases everything that's gone on before. When the eraser is preceded by a sentence such as, "I'm just a country boy, but," or "I'm no student of the law, however," or "I never graduated from college, but," or "I've never fully understood it, however," "it's none of my business, but," these are called deceptions. And that's exactly what they are. For example, when somebody tells you, "I'm just a country boy," they mean far from that. In fact, somebody once said that to Lyndon Johnson when he was in the White House, and Lyndon Johnson, who was himself a country boy, exploded and said, "Listen, mister, in this town, when somebody says that to me, I feel like putting my hand on my wallet." If somebody says to you they're no student of the law, they may not be, but you can be assured that they know exactly what they're talking about in that particular instance. A group of sentences which are very important to salespeople are called preparers. When a salesperson says to you, "I don't mean to be personal," you can be sure that he's about to be very personal. "I don't mean to be personal, but when did you file bankruptcy?" When he says, "I don't want to intrude," what's he about to do? Intrude. Another way to prepare people for a potentially difficult question is to exaggerate it. Let's say that people want to ask you what your income was last year because they're filling out a credit application. They may say to you, "This is very embarrassing, but..." Now, in that 3 seconds, all kinds of things are running through your mind about how embarrassing this could be. And when you find out that the only thing they're asking for is your income, it's much easier to take. Someone might say to you, "I need a big, big favor." You're thinking he's probably going to ask for $1,000 or at least 500, and when they ask you for 50 or 100, it seems like such a little thing. So look out for that one. In the negotiating process, you'll frequently encounter trial balloons. These are the type of sentences that start off with, "I haven't given it a lot of thought, but," or "just suppose that we," or "off the top of my head, I would think that," or "what would happen if we." The other side has made up their mind that they'd like to try something, but they're not sure if you'll go along with it or not, so they're sending up a little trial balloon. This tells you two things. First of all, it tells you that they would accept what they're suggesting, however little thought they claim to have given it. So, in effect, they've narrowed their negotiating range. It also tells you that they're not sure that you'll accept it, so you can probably do a lot better if you push a little harder. Another important part of hidden meaning in conversation is the realization that people tend to be oriented to one particular sense. By that, I mean that we all interpret everything that we experience through our different senses, like sight, hearing, feel, or taste. Most of us have an orientation towards one of those senses. Taste is the most unusual. The most popular three that you'll encounter are sight, hearing, and feeling. And you can tell which orientation a person has by the kind of language that they use. Let's suppose, for example, that three people go together to a symphony concert. The three people are an oil painter, a piano player, and a poet. Now, if they follow their professions, you would expect that the oil painter would be primarily sight-oriented. What he sees will be much more important than what he feels or hears, whereas the piano player will be oriented to hearing. What he hears will be more important than what he sees or feels. And the poet will be oriented to his feeling. What he feels will be more important than what he sees or hears. So each one of them will come away with a different interpretation of what happened. Although the orientations of the people you'll meet in negotiations may be not that pronounced, they still exist, and they can still be important to your strategy. They'll tell you which orientation they have from the way they talk. For example, a person whose orientation is through sight, like the oil painter, will say things like, "Yes, but will our people see it that way?" Or, "That looks good to me." Or, "I see what you mean." Whereas the person like the piano player who's oriented to hearing more than sight or feeling will say, "That sounds good to me," or "I hear you." And the person who's primarily a feeling-type person, like the poet, will say things like, "I feel good about this," or "I can warm to that suggestion." So it follows that if you're dealing with someone who's primarily visual, you'll want to use a presentation binder or go to a chalkboard and draw it out for him so that he can actually see it. This won't be so important with someone who has an audio orientation. In fact, it could even turn off somebody like this. They might even resent you visually explaining what you just said. Their inner language may be saying, "You don't have to paint a picture for me. I heard you the first time." Be sure you mirror people's conversations. If people are in the audio mode, they're saying, "That sounds good to me." Don't respond with, "Well, that looks good to me too." Among people who study that kind of thing, that's called a crossed response. As with the study of body language, there are people who can get completely carried away with the study of hidden meanings in conversation. What we've given you here is, of course, a very brief overview. As you become more aware of the subject, as you study more closely what people say, and as you learn to interpret with more skill what people say, you'll become more interested in it, and your knowledge will automatically grow. Throughout this program on negotiating, I've always tried to emphasize the win-win philosophy, that the answer to negotiations is not to dominate the other person, but to achieve a win for them also. Always remember that people will give you what you want, not when you dominate them, not when you overpower them, but they'll give you what you want when you've been able to give them what they want. I've tried to stress my conviction that in any negotiation, the object is not to beat your opponent, but rather to creatively reach an agreement in which each negotiator can feel that he's a winner. I maintain that in every negotiation, no matter what the object of negotiation is, both sides can win. More than that, I maintain that both sides should win. We've talked about some of the standards of good negotiating, those benchmarks by which the value of a negotiation may be judged.
These standards shouldn't be any less lenient than those used by the silver craftsmen in Old England as they hammered their mark into their wares. These standards can help you determine not only whether you won or lost, but how you played the game. The first standard that you should consider is the question as to whether everyone involved in the negotiation feels like a winner. You've probably not completed a good negotiation if the other party walks away from the table thinking, "Is he a great negotiator? I can't believe it. He talked me out of everything." Rather, a good negotiation has been completed when both parties can walk away from the deal feeling as though they had accomplished something important. The second benchmark is the feeling that each cared about the objectives of the other. If you felt that the other party was listening to you, and if not being gratuitous, then at least taking into consideration your needs, and if the other party had the same feeling about you, then you as a negotiator probably succeeded in creating an atmosphere of communication in which a win-win settlement could be reached. The third benchmark to watch for is the belief that should be held by each side that the other was fair in the way it conducted the negotiations. A football team doesn't mind losing a game nearly so much if they know that the other side was playing by the rules. A political candidate doesn't mind his loss so much if he believes that his opponent has waged a fair and reasonable campaign. It's when there's foul play, a rule is broken, or something sneaky is going on, that negotiations really suffer from the feelings of betrayal that one party will hold of the other. The attitudes of both parties as they leave the negotiation should be, well, they were tough, and they fought hard, but they did listen to my point of view. I believe that they were fair in the way that they conducted the negotiations. Benchmark number 4. Each negotiator should feel that he would enjoy dealing with the other at some time in the future. Like two chess players leaving a match, if the game was conducted fairly and well, each would want to play the other again. Not to outdo the other or get revenge, but simply because the process of dealing together was enjoyable and challenging. The fifth standard of judgment entails the belief held by each party that the other party is determined to keep the commitments made in the contract. Each side should have a good reason to believe that the other will uphold the conditions of the agreement. If either side feels that, given an opportunity, the other side would back down from his promises, then that negotiation was not a win-win negotiation. My definition, therefore, of a win-win negotiator is a person who can get what he wants out of a negotiation and still bring himself up to the standards established by these 5 benchmarks. And a losing negotiator is someone who has not filled the requirements of those benchmarks, no matter how many of his own objectives he gained in the negotiation. It's important to understand that every person acts only in his own self-interest and must therefore be motivated from that base. This is called needs negotiating by international negotiators. This philosophy stresses the point that people will only act in order to meet their own needs, not necessarily to meet the needs of someone else. In order to reach a workable agreement, the winning negotiator respects the needs and values of his opponent and works actively to satisfy those needs as well as his own. Spend some time with the ideas that we've discussed. If you'll work to apply them in everyday situations, you'll acquire a surprising amount of control in any situation in which you're dealing with other people. Use these techniques to help you reach the level of success that you desire for yourself. And remember, everything that you need or want is currently owned or controlled by someone else. Now you have the skills that you'll need in order to deal with these people more effectively. It's up to you to use them ethically to reach an agreement that's to the advantage of everyone concerned. A win-win solution. This is Roger Dawson, wishing you good luck in all of your negotiations.
This completes Roger Dawson's You Can Get Anything You Want. Now you understand that with the win-win philosophy of negotiating, you will achieve whatever you want. Whether you need to negotiate at home, the office, or at the PTA, the techniques you've learned in this program will help you reach settlements more quickly and productively than ever before. And each time you review this program, you'll find that the techniques become more natural and more a part of your daily activities. We'd like you to hear an excerpt from another outstanding Nightingale Conant program. It's the Iacocca Tapes, adapted from the internationally best-selling Bantam book, Iacocca, an Autobiography, by Lee Iacocca with William Novak. An expert negotiator in his own right, Lee Iacocca tells the full story of his rise to the top of the ranks of Ford, and then how he took on the United States government and negotiated Chrysler to the top. In the following excerpt, Lee Iacocca shares some of his ideas on the negotiating process.
You're going to run into diverse people. If you talk to people who all talk the same language as you do and think the way you do, you don't learn anything. So the greatest problem you have as you grow up in life is finding people have different opinions than you, in fact, disagree with you, and you never hear them out. You never listen to their side. I like to think that I've had a few big strikes in my life in the auto business, but I think that overall I've been a pretty fair negotiator, pretty tough. A couple times I was taken to the cleaners and was a patsy, but overall, respect for the other guy's view, as miserable as it may seem to you at the time. And from that, you distill these pieces and you come out and you compromise and you hack out a solution. So whether it's billions with a union or whether it's hacking out a solution in talking to your kid about where they want to go to college, you got to get their input before you can give them this great experience, because experience is one thing, but it's you. I mean, you can't lay on them or a group that what you say is absolutely right and just do it my way. You can try that for a while in a big institution like a corporation, but in the end, people will rebel. They say, the guy never listens to me.
For more information about any of Nightingale Conant's fine audio programs, or to place an order for the Iacocca tapes, just call toll-free 1-800-323-5552. And come hear us again. This is the end of Side 12. Side 11 is already queued up for your listening.